that music. Something else. Let's see who's in here. What life brought wine?
Cool.
What's up,
It's
Doc?
party.
Hey, Echo. Good to see you. Mary. Oh yeah, I saw that. Actually, I actually did see that. I think at 10's about her tooth. What's up, Jersey Joe? Oh, thank you, Bonnie. Billy. Sissy K. Wildlife again. Billy. Cheryl Rich. I'll send you the link, but I know you're not going to click it. I even said that. I almost did. And I'm not in the hallway, Cheryl. That made me laugh. I saw that.
Hey, 420.
Larry. What's up? Yeah, 420. You already said that. It just took me a minute to get here. All right.
Echo, Mitch.
So, no, there's
I wonder if I snuck the wine from the masters.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be funny whenever I did the stream and I didn't drink any wine because I just knew I wasn't, but I was wrong. So it all matches. Having a glass, it worked out. I really did. I was like, this is going to be funny. I'm not even going to have any wine. I lied. I guess I told the truth. So I was telling Bonnie about this Benny Johnson covering Dan Bongino, explaining about how we're all impatient and wanting things to happen. What's up, Karen Reese?
Hey, Karen.
So I do have it ready. I don't have a lot really, other than little short, nothing videos, but this one I thought was pretty interesting. It gives me hope. What's up, Kiss Off? I'm always looking for hope, something to be hopeful about. And I think,
Kiss Off.
Hopefully it's true. That's the only thing. It's just a couple minutes long, but maybe.
It's your show.
Good to see you. I wish you had a email. I'd send you a link and you could come on and talk to me and Bonnie. Or if you want to put your email in or something. Or Bonnie, if you have a way to get a hold of Maga.
I don't think I do. Hey, Tim.
I'm going to go ahead and put this on and we'll revisit it whenever it gets done. It's not very long. It's like a couple minutes.
Today and gave this really remarkable insight into the work that's being done.
This comes on the heels of like this stuff with the J6er people that were involved with that, getting a promotion or something, which, what the hell, but.
FBI, let's read it, and I have some commentary on it. Headed back to DC today after spending the day back home with my wife and daughter. As I drive back to work, he drives from Florida.
He talks as fast as I do. I can't even speed it up. I'm sorry.
He drives from Florida to DC. Goodness, that's quite a drive. I want to reassure you that nothing that is happening here is happening by accident. Talking about the FBI. Because of the sensitivity of what the FBI deals with, both the director and I have to be circumspect in what we can make public. Bad guys read this stuff too. Neither one of us came here to play games. Measure us by the results. You will see them. But just because you don't see something happening right this second doesn't mean that it isn't happening. I'll conclude by stating that not everything and every result is going to please everyone. That's just pandering. It's not leadership. Complex problems require diligence and reform-oriented process to create lasting change, or else you simply are putting a bandage on a gushing wound. Let's do this right. God bless America. And those who defend her, and Dan's gone viral with this, has done millions of views, 65,000 likes, 12,000 reposts. And you can see, of course, right here, some of the first responses about this. Steve Jensen, for instance, this dude set up a system that tracked parents who protest at school board meetings. He called J6 terrorists. He needs to be fired, not promoted. Okay, so this is obviously part of the reason why Dan is posting this. So let's break down what he's saying here. He's saying, and this has been alluded to by Cash and by Dan before, that there is an enormous amount of work that's going on in a classified setting at the FBI that is not public, that is really making changes. And this is what I've heard and also what I've seen actually firsthand. It is true. They're doing an enormous amount of work, and they're not out tooting their.
What I found more interesting than this is in a minute, he's going to speak about Pompeo and like a personal experience. And honestly, that was more interesting to me than this main. Anyways, it's coming up.
Not out on Fox News every day, right? Talking about it. And this is important. Dan Bongino is a very serious person. And he, again, didn't leave his extremely successful show, podcast. He didn't. You could argue that it's the most successful show in the conservative movement. He didn't leave that just to play games. I'll conclude by stating that not every result is going to please everyone. Complex problems require real solutions in order to fix. He says he wants to do it right. Dan followed up by saying this, as he quote tweets this message, right? I'd like to add this, so this is like a follow-up. Your comments and criticisms are not only welcome, but they're helpful. We work for you, the American people. Your feedback is invaluable. All I ask is that you consider the following feedback to your feedback. When you see something happen and the entire story isn't public, the underlying facts aren't all public, it may appear counterintuitive to our reform agenda. I promise you, it's not an accident. Ask yourself, why would I sign on something like this otherwise? Is it a desire to be wealthy, famous, connected, or a future lobbyist? If that sounds ridiculous, it's because it is. Dan Bongino is already very wealthy, and he's already very connected, and he certainly doesn't want to be a lobbyist. I realized when I signed up that I'd never be able to fully explain some of the decisions that we make due to legal and ethical constraints, but that's a pill I agreed to follow when I swore in. In conclusion, I realized that asking you to trust me is a waste of time. Watch what happens, continue to demand results, be cautious of narrative traps, and let time put the puzzle pieces together, and we'll be doing the will, and what we're doing will make sense. I see and hear your feedback. Thank you for your time, Dan. So these are direct messages from Dan. They're being well received by like Michael Flynn's son, for instance, who's very tied in. Everything is not as it seems. I trust Bongino and Kath. There are so many things happening right now in secret that people are not aware of. The amount of high-profile cases that are being investigated are in the hundreds. I'm telling you this because I know folks. Call me out in a few months.
So I lied about the Pompeo thing. That was a different video. Not bad. But I do have it somewhere. Oh, Yorga, what's up? You're muted.
I was muted. I'm sorry. How are y'all? How's everybody doing?
Pretty good.
Hey, Yorga.
And Bonnie, thank you for the very nice card you sent me. That was sweet. Okay.
You're welcome. Thank you.
No, thank you. Nobody gives two fucks about yours. You know, if I
Oh
get a
my.
card in the mail, man, it's kind of cool. Right?
Everyone likes to get mail. Send me your addresses. I like to write.
Yeah, like real mail, man. Isn't that a thing?
Mm-hmm.
It should be.
It
Bring
should
back
be.
mail again.
Some asshole has to pull up to your house and deliver that shit, man. You know?
Yeah.
And I like all my mailmen. There was this one. I was in a store. I was in a store one time, and there was this black chick that was hot. I mean, smoking hot. And she had the mailman outfit on and everything. And she was looking like, you know, just kind of. I said, man, I wish my mailman looked like that. I told her that. She like broke character and started laughing and shit. I was like, damn, you freaking smoking hot, man. Anyway. I guess that little bit of yoga goes a long way, baby.
We have something about that tomorrow night. What did we miss?
Oh.
I'm going back. Nothing else matters at this point.
I didn't think we were.
Oh, he needs to address the jab. Well, I try to pay attention.
I didn't think you were looking at Jan. Sorry.
I wasn't at the time, but I catch up. So you're going live tomorrow, Bonnie?
As far as I know, yes. That'll be the only time I can until sometime next week. Because
is it going to be a long documentary type thing or a short clip or what? Now I'm curious.
It's just a short.
What's up, Wildlife?
Actually, it's something that I'm gonna read, probably. Just the top points in it. It's exciting. Okay, you want me to spill it now?
I mean, you don't have to. You don't have to if you don't want to. I feel bad now. I was just saying, was it a long one or a short one or what? I was just being nosy because I got to wait a whole day. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's right. You're impatient.
Yep. So you don't have to. We really don't. So, well, then go ahead. I'm setting you up.
Damn beans with you, lady.
Oh, goodness.
Sorry, that is fun.
If I can find it.
Mhm.
Darn it. Oh, wait. Get that back here. Undo that.
So, okay, while you're looking, what about the massive spike of the stock market? Like, because he put the pause on the tariffs. What's up, wildlife?
What's going on over here?
I don't know.
You.
Waiting on you. I would like you to, if you feel like it, I would like to know more about the shoot. Now I'm going to say it wrong. The Bonnie, you know what I'm trying to say, don't you?
So I can't find it, but there
Well, you know
are
the thing.
Yes, exactly.
there's a country, and I'm sorry, y'all, that I can't remember now because I can't find it because I was put on the spot. There is a country that has filed charges against Fauci.
Oh yeah,
170,000 some odd deaths, and
I got something on that. Well, not something ever. Your stuff is new. Go ahead.
And supposedly, like, I think, was it 30 something other countries have joined in this lawsuit, and I think that's pretty big.
I do too, and I think that didn't Trump take away his pardon or something like this because it was auto pen or something like that?
Well, all of everything was auto pinned. That whole deal. So, I just and that's the same thing with what's happening in the skies. All these other countries are filing lawsuits, and that's where I'm seeing this is going to work. Like,
it is also like the chicken or the egg, though, because we just with the JFK files, there's a lot of information about the C virus. That I've got some of that. Like nobody's really talking about it on this side. Like it seems like you're right; it's getting talked about other places, but I don't know. Maybe their lawsuits are why I don't. But I mean, they were going to release the JFK files had more than just that in it, but. I'm saying I will later. We'll just talk for now, but later I'll look it up. There's a couple different things. They talk about how Biden tried to cover it up. And it's like not just us whispering and conspiracy theory. And it's like it's true.
Yeah, it's happening. If he goes to any of those countries, he's arrested on the spot.
Which is a big deal. You're right. It is a big deal.
It hasn't mentioned the United States. So
they said he grabbed scientists on this too. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So I'm wondering if he can hide out here or if he can be, is it called extradited?
I think he's
extradition. Yeah.
He might get in trouble here too, though. You know, he really might. And then he'll be in trouble everywhere, I guess. I mean, I don't know. It's if all the information comes out and nothing happens, that's when people get frustrated because the information is coming out and everywhere. And you know, the press secretary is one of the people that said that. Well, the president said this and everyone called him a conspiracy theory. Well, it turned out it's true about coming from China, you know?
Yep.
She said, I do somewhere have that clip of her saying it because she's right. You know, it's not wrong. Do you want to watch a little bit of that about the CDC admitting the leak and the Fauci bribing scientists and that it came from China? I mean, it's all allegedly anyways. And what is it?
Satire.
What's it? For satire. Exactly what she said. Yes.
Some people call it Kung Flu. I
put
actually like the name Kung Flu. It kind of rings to it, don't it?
He put a 90-day pause, Mary, and except everywhere but China. So yeah, the stock market's actually booming. All right, I'll put on just a little bit if y'all don't mind. It's not long, just because I didn't know that's what you were gonna say, Bonnie. But I thought you said about the shot. I guess it does tie into that.
It's all together, and that's what they were saying. They need to put Gates in on it too.
Huh. All right, let's see.
It comes from China. China. Dr. Fauci didn't like that, and in fact made many trips to intel agencies, according to whistleblowers, to bribe scientists to say that, well, they weren't sure where it came from. The CIA, upon a change in leadership, gave up the ghost and said, oh yeah, absolutely, we have confidence that this thing leaked from the Wuhan virology laboratory. As soon as Dr. Fauci was out of the government, and as soon as the bribes were done, they said, well, it to be true. Carolyn Levitt taking a little bit of a victory lap here just a couple weeks ago.
I also would just like to point out that several years ago, when I was working in this press shop and President Trump would take to this podium to brief the American people on COVID-19, he suggested that COVID very well may have came from a lab in Wuhan, China. And many members in this very room mocked him for that, said he was spewing conspiracy theories. He was not. We now know that to be the confirmable truth. It took many years for it to come out, but the president was right in this instance again.
In October of 2019,
I was in the wrong spot a little bit.
when they pressed the button to release
Shoot.
the virus. What was going on there? 7 Americans may have contracted COVID-19 in Wuhan in October 2019, several months before the reported start of the pandemic, according to the bombshell military report obtained by the Washington Free Beacon that Biden administration concealed from the public. In December 2022 report, which the Biden administration was required to release but never did, reveals for the first time that 7 U.S. military service members contracted COVID-19 during their participation in the World Military Games in Wuhan in October 2019, contradicting the Biden administration's public claims that in 2021 there was no evidence of any American participants contracting the virus at those games. Those games were seen as ground zero, the pathogen point of origin. You have the World Military Games, which happens in Wuhan with athletes from all over the world. Do you have like a play beside here to kind of show like what it is? Yeah. Okay. Like these are the Wuhan games. And put like wiping the virus on the pillow. I don't know what it was, but they gave the virus to every member of every military on earth. This is the contagion point. To go back to their countries and to take the virus with them. It's amazing actually how this all worked, because all of these soldiers that got COVID flew back through Seattle, and Seattle, Washington was the first nexus point for COVID spreads. It's where the first deaths were, is where the first major outbreaks were, is where the harshest lockdowns were. That's where they traveled through, that airport. Interesting. So Biden covered all of it up. So look at this. They lied about it time again. The Senate Armed Services Committee in December 2022 demanded that they release the report. They never did. The games were held within close proximity to the Wuhan Institute of Virology, where Chinese scientists backed by the U.S. taxpayer funds conducted risky gain-of-function research on the same bat coronaviruses that caused the pandemic. That research, which was supported by former National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease Director Dr. Fauci, you might know him, also certainly caused COVID-19, according to Rutgers University professor, chemical biologist Richard E. Bright. The American military athletes traveled to and from Wuhan via Seattle-Tacoma International Airport, according to the Prospect, which noted that Washington was one of the earliest COVID-19 hotspots in the country. Well, there you go. The report speculated that other respiratory infections could have also caused COVID-19 symptoms. But ladies and gentlemen, let's just be perfectly honest here. We know exactly what happened. They released the virus in order to rig the election. President Trump's crowning achievement is his economy. And then, lo and behold, I'm sitting there in a meeting with Mike Pompeo. I've talked about this before on the show. I was called in for a meeting with Mike Pompeo. I wasn't friends or anything.
This is the part I'm talking about. It's a personal experience, how Pompeo's crooked. This was the biggest thing to me, really.
Just called in like conservative, they've called in journalists to go meet with Pompeo. And Pompeo's sitting there telling me, oh, it's time for us to shut down the country. Do what now? This is why Tucker and everybody goes so hard against Pompeo. That guy is such a slime bag. He was in on it. I cannot believe it. You like sit back and you like realize what you witnessed. Pompeo was in on it. Right at the earliest outbreak of COVID, when nobody even knew what it was or like cared, it was just cold, Mike Pompeo calls me up to his office and is like, we got to shut down the country for months. What the hell's wrong with you? Everyone laughed in the room. Like, you're insane, man. No, it was planned. It was planned to destroy President Trump, who was rolling to election victory and seed total chaos throughout the world and society. These people are effing evil. They're totally evil, and they're being exposed now. Ebright, one of the most prominent academic proponents of the theory that COVID-19 leaked from the Wuhan Institute of Virology, said that he was appalled at the Biden administration concealing.
I was going to do just 2 more minutes because he does talk about Event 201 and the simulation that they were doing. And I believe this is all like not so much a conspiracy, but more being talked about now.
Crucial information about the first potential American cases. Again, they're letting American service members. They were using American service members as lab rats. That's what this was their view of the American service member. I mean, you saw that in the Afghanistan plot. Lab rats. They gave them COVID.
Allegedly.
This new information strengthens U.S. allied intelligence data indicating that COVID-19 was circulating in Wuhan in October. Allied intelligence data indicated researching genetically enhanced SARS virus. It was enhanced and it was created and it was made by Dr. Fauci. Something we don't have a ton of time to jump into here, but it's just too wild, is that at the exact same time of the Wuhan games, there's something called Event 201, which is just one of these little globalist exercises that happened to take place at the exact same date, October 2019, when everyone was when COVID was being released and visited upon all of these service members there for the military games. What was Event 201? Oh, it just happened to be an exercise playing out how a bat-borne coronavirus being released in China. How would we handle that exactly? This is the literal games. This is what they were actually talking about. This is like they get all these like talking heads together. They got all these eggheads together, and they do simulations. People do this for military. People do this for a lot of different things, but a pandemic would be one of them. This is relatively normal, except for it coincided perfectly with what was about to happen, just like Dr. Fauci predicting and guaranteeing that Trump would face a surprise outbreak. Holy moly.
Yeah, he said, he pretty much says exactly that at a, somewhere. He said, yeah, he's probably gonna, he said it like just it was crazy. I have that somewhere. And it's Fauci literally saying, yeah, there's probably gonna be a really bad virus come through. What? It's probably gonna happen. Like, that's just weird. I've got a clip of it somewhere.
I remember that when he was
what the heck?
Yep.
Viral is full of shit. Unless they release it, Trump thought it was an exercise because of Pompeo. Spring the truth. What's up, big homie, Mary Freeland? Anyways.
Freeze. It did.
What happened?
Oh, my chat keeps freezing, and because I didn't see that.
Are you here, Watt?
Not in the sense that you may think. But I am here. Allegedly.
I would like to, you know a lot more about those wolves. Is that what they're, wolves or something? If you wanted to.
Wolves.
Yes. Wildlife knows a lot about them, and I know very little. I've heard just a little. Go ahead. Yeah.
This particular, that particular story, I guess it's kind of broke. I guess you could say breaking news within the last couple of weeks, but it's been kind of brewing over the last couple of years. This particular company, they've announced they want to reanimate or de-extinctify some animals or creatures that have long been extinct. The dire wolf is one of them. Allegedly, they haven't been around for like 10,000 years. And what they did is they took some the genes or however they got it from a fossil or something, and they kind of from what I read, they spliced it into like a gray wolf to get those traits and stuff like that. But it's also the same company that said that they want to reanimate the woolly mammoth. They've already allegedly did tests on that. They've even created this woolly mouse with the quote unquote woolly gene just to see if they could do it. And yeah, I don't really know the purpose of that. You know, we've kind of all seen those movies. We've all definitely heard of Jurassic Park. If you haven't seen it, kind of puts you in that mindset in a way. But the wolves, the two male dire wolves' names. Their names are Romulus and Remus. And I don't know if anybody's familiar with like mythology or like Greek mythology or Roman mythology, stuff like that. But allegedly, Romulus and Remus, they were twin brothers that were born. The new king took over and he cast them out. He declared that they'd be done away with. Somebody, story goes, someone put them in a basket, floated down the river. Shepherd found them. They grew up and seeked vengeance on the king, reclaim their throne. Well, they overthrew him. But in the midst of all the celebrations and going on, they needed a new city. They needed to declare a new city. But in the hype of that, the brothers Romulus and Remus, they got into a fight. They got into a scuffle. Ultimately, Romulus killed Remus. And the Lord went on to create the Roman history or whatnot. I yield.
You knew a lot about that, though.
Yep. Sounds like another Cain and Abel story.
Very similar. Yes.
Oh, yeah, very similar. Yeah, for sure.
I wasn't joking when I said I hope they don't do dinosaurs next, though. Like they could.
Will. You know they will. They're gonna do that shit, man.
So Jurassic Park was a documentary.
Well, and Jurassic Park is not far off, man. I mean, you could find pieces of amber with mosquito inside of the amber, and you get the DNA from the mosquito because the mosquito bit the dinosaur. No, I mean it could.
That's like Russian roulette. You know, what did the mosquito bite last? You know.
I mean, ain't that the same way they did it in Jurassic Park? It's been years since I saw that movie, but it wasn't something just like that they did.
They could have some type of way to like. It didn't matter how much blood was in the mosquito. They could like break each genome down genetically to declare, hey, this was a Triceratops, this was a Tyrannosaurus Rex, or this was a woolly mammoth. You know what I mean? Imagine if they can do it like they say they can.
I think they can.
It's crazy.
Well, they did it with the wolf, so I don't know why they can't. I mean, I wouldn't have thought they could have done that, to be honest. I really misunderstood wildlife. I thought there was some kind of fluke and they were extinct and they just kind of somehow, I don't know. I guess that's even more strange that just thought they just showed back up. But like, I don't know. To think
that's the world we live in, that where it would seem weirder for it to happen naturally than for them to just say, yeah, we're doing it in a lab,
Yeah, when I said it, I felt dumb, but that's what I thought. Yeah. Because God created them once. Like, it's almost like, I don't know. I guess
what's next? The dodo bird? We're going to bring the dodo birds back and let them repopulate in Florida.
Yeah, I want a dodo bird bad. I want to own my own damn dodo bird.
I'll put a deposit down on a saber-toothed tiger, so you can sign up now.
You know what's crazy too that a lot of people don't know is that there was several, how do I put it, extinctions, and that there was animals before the dinosaurs, and something happened and they got extinct. Mm-hmm. And it's gone on 3 or 4 different times. It could happen to us today, like right now. Asteroid, boom, we're all gone, man.
Yeah. Still, I wouldn't be playing with what they're playing with.
It's like modern day Frankenstein.
It's playing God, man. You can't. No, don't. No. Yeah.
Somebody said something about when they cloned something. Where was that? I thought it was a sheep they cloned.
Dolly. Well, one of many, but one of them was Dolly the sheep. I think they released that. What was that, like the mid 90s? They did another one. They did it several times. I mean, it's about anything that they put out there as a breaking news or as a headline, it's been brewing for decades. Technology research. It took a lot of mistakes and failures just to show you that one dire wolf. Imagine the whole island of Dr. Monroe that you don't hear about.
Yep.
The island of Dr. What was his name?
I might have said it wrong. I said Monroe.
Yeah, I think you said Monroe, but it wasn't that. It was
Moreau.
I don't know,
There you go.
Dr. Moreau. And yeah, I mean, sometimes you got to look at old movies and go, that could freaking happen, man.
Mhm.
You can now get spliced with a cheetah. If you want to be faster, you can get the cheetah gene.
I don't know if the sad
I
thing.
wish
I don't know
somebody
if
do
you're
that to me.
I don't know if he's joking. He said it so flat, like it could either be true or he's just making a joke.
I mean, they're reanimating woolly mammoths. Why not? You know.
I want somebody to some doctor to splice me with a cheetah or something, man. I mean, something cool.
There you go.
Or a shark or something.
We'll total
man.
recall you with that cheetah memory.
So we need to build a giant YouTube ark.
Yeah.
We need to build a giant YouTube ark. I know. I don't know where to find any gopher wood. I heard they have it in Florida.
Oh, good. You are in here, Billy. So Bonnie says the party's at her house tomorrow night. Probably. So if you could put her link in, because I'm going to try to get there. But
is it BYOB or no?
yeah. Are you going to share that one you put in the chat there? I need a refill one.
I'll bring a nice Bordeaux.
What the heck?
The Masters, what?
Oh yeah, they're pouring. Yeah, they're popping bottles left and right at the Masters right now. I promise you, the cups are flowing.
The bad thing is with technology like that, if let's just say America goes, all right, we have this technology, we can bring back dinosaurs and stuff like that. Just like AI, you can't control it because China's going to do it anyhow. Even if we put a law in place that says, no, we're not going to bring back these distant animals or whatnot, some other country's going to do it, man. So there's no getting around it.
All we can do is say no to the bracelet being slapped around your wrist or the thing in your head or whatever they want to do to make all of this connect, because that's what everything is set up for, is just say no, not gonna do it. If people do that, what can they do? They can't arrest us all.
That's true. So real quick, I just wonder if any of y'all have been listening and hearing this stuff about all this big find at DOGE, and just like the thing of Dan Bongino saying how much is being done behind the scenes that we don't know. But they're saying there's this big discovery, and they asked, the press secretary, and she knows, she knows she doesn't get caught off guard by questions. She knew the answer, but she says, don't let me get in front of the president. And, I don't know. I'm pretty excited about it. I have a clip of that with the same person, Benny Johnson again. It's like 2 or 3 minutes, and he talks about what he thinks it could be and everything. Cause I don't know. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? First off, that there's been supposedly Elon found this big thing at DOGE. Do we trust Elon? I mean,
no, I have not heard about that. So please play it.
It's only a couple minutes. I want y'all to see it too, because I want your opinions. I'm trying not to get too excited over anything, but to me, I feel like they're really trying to make it better, to clean out the. Anyways,
I'm with you.
And this kind of like affecting everybody's portfolios. It's some of the stuff's getting lost. So we're doing our very best on this program to like throw it down and like lock in. Here's something that was lost yesterday. It's just something we just got to cover. DOGE. A massive DOGE discovery. What will it be, ladies and gentlemen? Caroline Leavitt confirmed DOGE discovery that Donald Trump called horrifying. What's going to happen next? It's going to be a monster. According to our sources, apparently is going to imply abject corruption from within the federal government with many of these contracts. Here's Caroline Leavitt yesterday confirming the discovery and saying something very, very specific. Watch.
And then the president on Thursday told us that there was an incredible discovery that the DOGE team had made. He called it horrible and incredible. Can you reveal that yet? Give us details on what it was about.
There has been a discovery. I hate to leave you hanging on a cliff, but I don't want to get ahead of the president on that. But I can confirm there has been a discovery. It's just not quite yet ready for release.
I don't want to get ahead of the president is what you say when the president, who, of course, his time is incredibly valuable and is used quite sparingly in these situations, is going to make the announcement. President Trump on Air Force One started this news cycle by saying that DOGE has just informed him that they made a truly shocking discovery. Trump called it horrifying. Let's go.
And into the United States. Sir, do you have a sense of how long Elon Musk's mission will last and when he will depart?
Well, Elon is fantastic. And I think he's a patriot, and I think it's a shame what they're doing with his car company. And a great car. It's a great car, great product. And it tells you what a patriot he is. He's amazing. No, I mean, as long as he'd like. I like smart people, and he's a smart person. I also like him personally. When he endorsed me, that's when I really got to know him. I knew him a little bit before that, but not much. And then he endorsed me. And it was a very strong, embracing endorsement, as we all know. And I would say Elon will stay for a certain period of time, and then he's going to want to get back to his businesses full time. But he's done a fantastic job. We found hundreds of, think of it, just hundreds of, we found millions of dollars of fraud and abuse and waste. And they're still going, I mean, they're going strong. They found something today that's horrible. It's horrible. So what they found, well, you'll find out very soon.
He doesn't really say it either. They're like, really, I don't know. That I hope it's because it's so big. You know, that's what I hope. Navy vet, I didn't actually expect you to come. I'm glad you did.
I just spent the last 15 minutes dealing with Bill Gates' crap software, why people would want to use his fucking vaccines when the fucking software is shit. Fuck Bill Gates.
Well, hello, Navy vet.
Hello. I literally spent 15 minutes doing something I shouldn't have to do because they did a Windows update. Even though I have updates turned off. Yeah. Hello, Linux.
Why is it that every time you get it updated, it just screws everything up?
Because Microsoft blows. That's what I just said. Somebody needs to choke slam Bill Gates.
And somebody needs to hang Fauci.
Yeah. And Lauren, I mean, has a good point because many people made a lot of money and some of them probably did know, some of them probably did know. And then some of them probably just got lucky, but I don't know. I feel like he had to do something to correct because the economy. Hey, Miss Mendersu, I didn't see you yet. But I don't know. It sure seems like he kind of knows what he's doing. I have somewhere, I think everybody probably saw it. It's just a short that what he did with the tariffs and everything,
I trust him. I'm sorry if I piss anybody off, but I do trust Trump. He knows what the hell he's doing, man.
I mean, it sure seems like things are going, everybody's negotiating with them. And, the reason on paper that he decided to lift those tariffs is because people started being reasonable. And the only people he didn't go backwards on was China because they didn't want, they're going back and forth. They remind me of that part in the Breakfast Club. They just keep talking and they're like another day or something. It's like back and forth. It's like extra. But yeah, this one's just like a minute or two. It's about, because I don't know if anybody else, this is about the tariffs and the pause and stuff because somebody in here didn't know, but it's real short anyway.
For the latest. Jesse?
Well, good evening to you. And a reversal of fortunes for people invested in the stock market earlier this week. Both expert and novice investors feared the worst. And then at the closing bell today, a sigh of relief and smiles as the Dow and others pulled out of a nosedive. The closing bell sounds the same, but the results measurably different Wednesday. The Dow, NASDAQ, and S&P 500 all up a lot. after President Donald Trump announcing steep tariffs against America's staunchest allies and trade partners are paused.
No other president would have done what I did. No other president. I know the presidents. They wouldn't have done it.
Truer words likely never spoken. Over the past 6 days, the indices have taken many investors on a ride from prosperous to pauper, all due to Trump's imposition of steep tariffs.
The fear was that suddenly trade would essentially stop.
Wednesday, the president shifting into part, saying other nations are now playing nice.
I did a 90-day pause for the people that didn't retaliate, because I told them if you retaliate, we're going to double it. And that's what I did with China.
China is imposing an 84% tariff on American goods in retaliation, and Trump raised the ante by imposing a 125% tariff on that country. The threat of increasing the tariff.
They're like playing poker, and Trump's like, "Oh yeah, I'll re-raise you." You know?
No, and I watched a guy today. I don't mean to.
It's all right. That's really the gist of it. I think we get it.
I don't want to come in the middle of your segment, but
no, you're good.
There was a guy today I was watching that I can't remember his damn name, but he was on some liberal show, and he said, "I think they should put a 400% tariff on China, and that would wipe them out economically." I mean, it would just, and we might have to put up with some hard times for a little while, but oh man, they come begging. They would come begging to us.
I mean, they already are, pretty much.
They already are. And believe it or not, I do remember this part. 39% of the world's everything comes from us. 39%. That's pretty damn good, man. Mm-hmm. So if we're going to play hardball, let's play hardball, man. Let's do it.
Mm-hmm. Isn't this the second time that he's put a hold on tariffs for 90 days?
Not the tariffs, I don't think. He just put the tariffs out there. There was people thought it, and it kind of made the stocks go up and down and spike and do this really crazy, because there was a rumor, but he never did do it till now that I know of. He's been going back and forth with the TikTok thing. Maybe you're thinking about that. He keeps extending the TikTok, whatever's going on there.
Oh, but maybe that's it.
Or I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure Liberation Day kicked in the tariffs, I thought. And that was just the day after April Fool's. And now he's doing, I think this is the first time. I think there was a rumor too, though. And it kind of changed the market for a little bit. Somebody made money off of that too, I bet. I mean, I'm sure there's some that, I feel like even the good guys, they're not perfect. There's going to be something going on. There's always going to be some of that, no matter where. But I mean, I think they're doing more good than harm. Hopefully it's what it feels like. Let's go ahead and watch that last minute. I don't know. I just wonder what else now. It's bugging me. I was cool with it. And then I'm like, wait, what were they going to say?
Brought dozens of other countries to heel.
It took great courage for him to stay the course until this moment. Every country in the world who wants to come and negotiate, we are willing to hear you.
American consumers may have to swallow hard once China's tariffs work into the system. Goods made in China will go up in cost, including iPhones, which could set buyers back as much as $3,200.
The world economy has embraced China over the last 25 years. Many American companies are relying on business in China for their business success. We can wind up with lots of pressure on the world economy.
The president says he's open to negotiating with China for a more fair trade deal.
At the end of a year or shorter, but I think we're going to have something that nobody would have dreamt possible.
I like that. I like what he's saying there, because people don't have balls like he does. We probably will get a better deal than we would have if we were just like, whatever you say, okay, let's just get along, which is exactly what we were doing. But anyway, I just wanted to hear the end of that. He told them they are on hold because he didn't want any help to China. Only 2 countries didn't get a hold. I thought it was just China. What's the other place that didn't get a hold? Trump mentioned tariffs in 88. Yeah, I saw something about that just recently too. Yeah, agreed, Miss Mender Sue. So.
And you had your, I think it's the UN Ocean Conference, I think, that kicked off today or is kicking off this week, scheduled to run through this weekend. They're having it in Nice, France, NICE, France. But I seen one of their talking points. I looked it up to see what they were talking about, and they want to implement a carbon tax, allegedly. And you just use your imagination what something like that could go. They're talking about implementing it on stuff like ships and airplanes and trucks. You know, the stuff that gets things where they need to go. You want to put a carbon tax on something like that.
Yeah, try driving a 75 Corvette. You know, I mean, I'm blowing out carbon like hell. I don't care.
It's one of those things. Once it's applied, it doesn't matter where it's applied. It's like a virus. Once it attaches itself to one limb, if it doesn't go unchecked, it's full. Before you know it, all limbs are fully inflamed with this virus. You know, it's attached to everything. Pretty soon, you can't go out on a bicycle with a bell. You know, that adds to too much carbon. The friction of your bicycle bell.
I wish I had $1 billion and I would start a company that's going to make cars that run on gas. And yeah, I mean, I get this. I stole this from a video I watched today. This guy named Uncle Tony's Garage. I love him, man. And what he was saying was when Chevrolet came out with the Corvair, they had a station wagon. They had, you know, a 2-door model. They had a 4-door model. They had everything. And it ran on, you know, all these same parts. And he said if a company came along now and they had some sort of, you know, a government regulation, I guess, of for 10 years, you have to keep these same parts. So as you and me, Watt, as a person that would, you know, if your alternator is bad, you go out there and change your damn alternator, right? You know, and you get the same parts every time for 10 years. And these cars would sell like hotcakes, man. Does that make any sense? And I'm not talking about electric or none of that dumb shit. Just a car, you know, of course, it's got to pass all the government regulations for pollution and all that dumb shit, you know, but, you know, get back to the old days.
Right.
Boy, that dropped like a lead balloon, didn't it?
I didn't know I was muted.
She was probably having a conversation and we just didn't hear it.
Yep. I'm pretty good at that.
Well, go ahead. Tell us.
I mean, I'm all for getting back to all the old where you can do your own tune-up or
yes,
or you can get to every part in your motor without all this plastic junk all over it, and you can't tell where anything is. Everything's.
Yeah, I don't know much about cars, but I know I'm tired. I can't take my battery out of my phone. I remember when you could take the battery out, and I feel like sometimes you need to do that or something, and you can't do it because it's just you have to take your phone to the shop now and make it to where you can't do little things with the phone. But like I said, I don't know enough about cars to even contribute. That's the only reason.
Cars are terrible now. I'll never buy, and I'm 65 years old, so maybe I don't, you know, I've got a truck, I've got a Jeep, and I got a Corvette and a boat, and they all pretty much work the same way. And I understand when I look under the hood, I'm like, yeah, this is messed up. This ain't working so good. I can get in there with wrenches, and if nothing else, I can go on YouTube and figure out how to do, you know, all these jobs. And new cars, no, I'm never getting another new car, and I'm just not going to do it because it's, I hate to. I know I've talked about this before, but same guy, Uncle Tony's Garage. He had to work on a flipping like a new Ford F-150. The whole thing was screwed up. And you know what it was? Water got in the taillight and shorted out the taillight, and it shorted out all the computer systems in this thing. It costs like over $5,000 repair for a taillight.
Morgan, that just happened to a friend of mine. They got a brand new Cadillac, Escalade, big SUV, and somebody cracked their headlight. They got like in a minor accident, like what normally you drive away. All it did was crack the headlight, but they got that the radar in there, so it disabled the whole computer. $8,000 because of a cracked taillight.
Can you believe that, though? I mean, we used to go back. I mean, and I still do with the vehicles I have now because I can work on them. And you buy the taillight at AutoZone, and it costs like, I don't know, $5, and replace
the cars with that CAN bus system instead of like the OBS2. OBS2 is not bad. It's fairly easy to troubleshoot, but CAN bus, that's what they're using now on the cars, and when one little component goes, it whacks out the whole system. I was like, that is stupid.
And even the mechanics, like at Midas or whatever, they don't know what to do with these cars. You know,
and so many of the good mechanics are dropping out of the field because the specialty tools they have to have now and the hours involved, it's ridiculous. They don't make any money.
Yeah, the cars now you buy new are disposable, like a freaking cigarette lighter. You know, once they take a shit on you, you might as well just take it to the junkyard or whatever.
My grandmother, her last car was a Dodge Journey. In order to change the battery, you have to jack up the front side tire, take the tire off, pull out the wheel well liner, and only then can you get access to the battery tray, which you have to unbolt and slide out still. I was like, it is ridiculous. Whereas, 5 minutes on most cars, you're done.
It's ridiculous, man. I mean, I don't know.
They're trying to get people to not want to own this stuff and just lease it. You'll own nothing and like it. It's all part of that planned obsolescence.
Yeah, planned obsolescence. And I'm completely there. And I've got a 2008 Silverado pickup. It's been great. I've got a 2000 Jeep, and I've got a 1975 Corvette, and I can basically fix anything on any of them, and I'm just not buying I'm not buying a new vehicle, man. I don't want that stuff, man. I mean, if I can't understand it or figure it out, I don't want it,
Look at Jeep, how bad they are.
The computer chip, you can't just fix cars like back in the day. You need a specific computer chip or module, and that's where it's all fucked up, in my opinion.
Yeah, they've gone away, especially like Jeep. It used to be the Jeep was spelled KISS, keep it simple, stupid, and now they've gotten so complicated. People want to be able to fix the shit in the field and get home, and they can't do that. And then Jeeps wonder, why is our sales so low?
And they make them to where they want you to take it back to the dealer to get it worked on.
Yep. And the dealer doesn't know what to do with it. Man, they've got these new Dodge Chargers that are out now that they look cool, man. They're all electric. They look super cool. I'm sure they're faster than hell. Nobody wants the lots are full of these things. They cannot sell them. Nobody wants them.
Good.
But you know what? We talked about the re-extinction, but that's the whole plan. I mean, to think of a backyard mechanic that was once somebody could do stuff like that, make a good little side money. It's almost non-existent, especially on anything newer. You got to have 3 different degrees just to figure out how to change the battery in these things. But his story has a way of repeating itself. Was also talking about the tariffs. Did you know it was today in 1909 that the U.S. Congress passed the Payne-Aldrich bill, which raised certain tariffs on goods entering the United States, and that was signed under William Howard Taft, the 27th president. of the United States.
Another one from Ohio.
There you go. Ohio strikes back.
I'm literally like between the birthplace of Harding and Hayes. Like I went to Hayes High School, like it was like a block from his birthplace. And
Oh, you're in the midst of it.
I'm from Virginia, and more presidents came out of Virginia than any other place in the world.
Sorry to hear that.
Well, y'all are talking about all these cars and stuff, and it's just funny because I saw this. I had no plans on this, but it's a short. It's like less than a minute or something. Kanye has like 2 or 3 of these big. I don't even know. It's some kind of vehicle, but I just want to show y'all. It's on high speeded here. That's why it sounds like that. But yeah, look how big.
My money, right? I had a dream I could buy my way to heaven. I always sue for copyright, man. I'm pretty sure I drew that when I was 4 years old.
Look, hold on. Only 3 in the U.S. $1.2 million, though. Who would pay that?
That's
I guess
it?
3 only.
Could all get us one. We can have matching sets of space orbs, intergalactic space jets.
Can you see out of it? You know, that's one thing that I always, every vehicle I get in, I'm like, I hope I can turn around and see what's going on, around me. Lots of windows and stuff. That thing, I don't know.
Who made that?
Who's Kanye made like 2 or 3? They're like $1 million.
Oh, he's got the Easy Mobile.
I
Nice.
guess. Could you imagine?
It's like the Wienermobile.
Over. You're definitely
about cars.
If I'm gonna drive anything that looks even similar to that, it's gonna be a tank. Just saying.
There you go.
I'd drive a tank in a heartbeat.
It's gonna be a tank. I love that.
Yeah, with a giant
Speaking
gun on
of tank, Carl.
Oh, Kamala.
Carl.
Sorry.
I'm too tall. I'd have to just sit on top. One of y'all.
Yeah, Kamala. I like that.
We can sit on the top of that freaking thing with
We'll
a
ride
remote,
it in like a
PlayStation
steed.
controller to drive the bitch or something.
Yeah, I know that Camel doesn't mind the celebrity Kamala. I need to check and make sure Pamela doesn't mind me saying that, and then I'm locking it in on them. The celebrity couple known as Kamala.
I just can't do it. That's
Aw.
That's a girl.
I was thinking of you today. The school I work at, it was prom week, so they had different events going on all week. And Monday was pajama day, but today was camo day, so all the kids were wearing camouflage.
Yeah, we used to do that.
Cute.
But that
In the
just
land
sounds.
of Camelot.
Ooh, Camelot.
We can't do
That's,
that.
that's even better. Camelot is good.
Well, then it doesn't have as much Pamela in there. That's how you get Camelot. It's Carl and Pamela put together. If it's Camelot, then there's no Pamela. There's just Camo and a lot. I mean, I like it.
I total recall that moment.
It sounds like Kamala.
You remember that song? Y'all are too young to remember. Y'all are too young to remember that song. It was a song that was called Camelot and Camelot.
Yeah,
Sorry,
No, I don't remember that. I'm sorry. I do.
Yeah, you weren't born yet.
It's even when songs were still in black and white.
That's when songs were in black and white. I know. Camelot.
You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean.
I know a lot of songs that were really good way before I was born, so you can't say that.
You know what's weird is I was from the 1960s, and when I try to remember back to those times, it seemed like everything was in black and white.
No,
they can be good. Black and white ain't bad.
Man.
I like watch old episodes of Andy Griffith.
Well, speaking of the old school look, I totally saw. I don't know the back. I only saw this short about Bill Murray, and it's only like a couple minutes, a minute or whatever. It's a short video, and I don't know, but it was interesting. Why does it say Dan Bongino? Oh Lord. Let me try again.
Lately, there's been a Bill Murray sighting.
Right?
Here we go.
It's Bill fucking Murray.
Like at 43 seconds. But I don't know I wish I would have had time to dig into this. I just
he
saw.
was getting ready to beat that guy's ass, man. And Bill Murray's like 6'3". A lot of people don't know that. He's a big man.
Who was going to beat his ass?
Judy Chopham.
I had a difference of opinion with a woman I'm working with. I did something I thought was funny, and it wasn't taken that way. The company, the movie studio, wanted to do the right thing, so they wanted to check it all out, investigate it, and so they stopped the production. But as of now, we're talking, and we're trying to make peace with each other. I think that's where the real issue is between our peace. We're both professionals. We like each other's work. We like each other, I think, and if we can't really get along and trust each other, there's no point in going further, working together or making a movie as well.
Does no one remember?
Oh yeah, I haven't. That's something else too. But
that I thought you were going to throw the video up that I saw.
Huh.
Some freaking fan came up behind him and touched him on his back or something. He said, "Get away from me! I'll stomp your foot off," or some shit. Yeah, and this is recent. Yeah, I like Bill Murray. He's bigger than people know.
I thought it was really okay. The way that sounded, I think he handled it really well. He's like, if I feel like some stuff's going on. He's like, look, if she doesn't feel we can't work together. Like he faced it. He took it face on, head on.
Who is he supposed to be talking about?
That's what I'm saying. I haven't dug deep, but it sounds to me like, I can replay it one time. He's saying that somebody he works with felt uncomfortable, or it's like a lot more details not here. It's only 40 some seconds.
Probably was Ryan Seacrest.
That's why I do that, because I misquote. I don't want to misquote anything. I'll do it one more time. It's real short because I'm still taking it in my damn self. I like Bill Murray, and I think something happened, and he's just taking it face on, and he's like, if we can't work it out, then we just won't finish this project, which is smart of him.
Whatever video you're looking at, if there's comments, it'll tell you who he's talking about.
I love the comments. That's the best part of it. I always love the comments. They're so funny, sometimes funnier than the video.
But the comments will eventually say it was about this person,
And sometimes they have links and more information than the video does.
I did something I thought was funny, and it wasn't taken that way.
I mean, he played a joke. He did something, we do stuff like that all the time on freaking YouTube. And she didn't think it was funny. And he's just like, well.
The company, the movie studio, wanted to do the right thing. So they wanted to check it all out, investigate it. And so they stopped the production. But as of now, we're talking, and we're trying to make peace with each other. I think that's where the real issue is between our peace. We're both professionals. We like each other's work. We like each other, I think. And if we can't really get along and trust each other, there's no point in going further, working together or making a movie as well.
Does no one remember the Family Guy episode from 2011? Peter becomes.
That actually was about supposedly Ryan Reynolds they put some gay stuff about Ryan Reynolds and Family Guy before. I didn't even know he was gay, but apparently.
I was close. I said Ryan Seacrest.
Yeah. So, he did a joke or something like this, and she took it the wrong way. I'm assuming it's going to be, she's probably uptight or something. I hate to say that, but I'm just saying it's Bill freaking Murray. He's like, he's not running from it. And he's like, shoot, if we can't get along, we just won't do the film, whatever the film is.
Who was supposed to be cast in the film?
I'm not sure.
Google search. Who was supposed to be in that film?
I don't even know what the film is. I'm about to look back.
It's in the title. Whatever you just played, it's in the title in quotations. It's like a co-star for clamped over whatever film.
It takes me about 6 years, and I'll tell you all the information. But no, really, I am
3 years later.
Yeah. What does Jorga usually say?
I'm turning into a skeleton. I'm growing a beard, and I'm a skeleton. And I've traded in my watch for a calendar because freaking cola takes forever.
Being Mortal, Virginia, is the name of the film. Being Mortal, like
Being Mortal.
Yeah,
Nice.
So
sounds like a cool film. I don't know yet. I'm like, look, I'm so proud of my person. I was just proud I figured that much out. Calm down. I'm going to the comments now. That was in the description.
You notice how they say cast, like the cast, or who is cast?
Bill Murray, Seth Rogen.
A spell. You know, they use these actors to cast a spell.
Yeah, all the words, English language.
The words they use for it. Yep.
Spelling.
For a big audience, you broadcast.
Yes.
Oh, somebody was on, Billy was just telling me something. I can't remember which one. Camo. He's like, look, I'll come up with my own name, damn it.
There you go. It's gender neutral.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Cute.
But yeah, that's an interesting title, Being Mortal. Wonder what the whole concept behind that is.
I don't know. It sounds like something I would totally watch if people weren't. I am literally going through these comments, Virginia. Everybody's talking shit.
Did they name like an actor that was supposed to be
Here's
there?
the comment that says not yet.
Seth Rogen, the bearded guy with the glasses, was supposed to be in it. Him and Murray and one other chick. I can't think of her name, but they were the three big ones that I recognized.
Oh my gosh, you guys. I was thinking it was like sexual harassment. It might not have been. This comment says that's crazy. Years ago, we didn't have this woke nonsense. Back in the days, those were the best. It's just words. Why can't people? He was trying to be funny, made a joke that was probably inappropriate.
Yep.
Oh, this is stupid, man. Poor Bill
That's
Murray.
what I'm thinking. Like something got took out of context, and maybe someone left the set or they had a skirmish, but
oh, what the hell? I'm good with sexual harassment.
I don't even think it was. I don't even think it was. That makes it worse. I thought he made like a bad, that's what she said joke or something like that.
So Yorga, you said you're good with sexual harassment.
No, I'm not. I'm joking with that's a joke. It's called humor, lady.
Listen, sir. Like, but I'm kind of going in. I'm not attacking what you said. I'm kind of saying like, it's true that men and women have different mindsets on being approached. Like a man might take it different. A woman might be more defensive right off the bat, but a man might be more like, oh shit, there's a chance. So, you know,
you never know. I mean,
Dumb and Dumber. So you're telling me there's a chance?
Yes.
Yeah.
There's a chance.
Hope. Yeah.
I mean, you can't give up on hope. Being a man, there's a lot that goes with that. And so you try every now and then. You throw out these biscuits that hopefully women will pick up the biscuit and run with it. Yeah.
They've turned into hockey pucks. Sorry.
Sometimes
they get dry.
And sometimes you get in trouble and you go to jail. You go to the
can't
joint.
make gravy, it's just a dry
Yeah, be careful when you throw your biscuits. I like biscuits, man. Control your biscuit slinging, man.
I throw my biscuits everywhere, baby.
Get that under control, man.
Biscuits to you sale.
Oh my gosh.
Raining biscuits.
Yeah. I just love
What's up, G-Ma?
Hey, G-Ma.
Sorry, Virginia. I didn't mean to offend you.
Think of that 80s song, Buttermilk Biscuits.
Didn't mean to offend you in Virginia, baby.
Yorga, it's almost impossible for you to offend me.
I was going to say, good luck trying.
Almost. So almost impossible. So I still have a chance, don't
So
I?
you're telling me there's a chance?
Yeah, Jinx.
God, I love it.
There's a chance, but impossible.
Man, he's like, so I'll take that as a challenge.
Oh, yeah.
Full character.
People get offended
This
because
is the
you
part
don't
where I
get
get
offended.
kicked out again, right? I'm gonna get kicked off of this stream.
You've never been kicked off of my stream, Yorga. Ever.
How dare you not be offended? I'm offended because you're not offended.
Yeah, exactly. The irony is staggering. It's ferocious.
I love me some Virginia because she's so snarky. You know what I mean? I like that shit. You need snarky with me, baby.
I got your back, man. If you need snarky, I got you.
Oh my god.
I know you do.
Oh no. Who knew Snarky would turn them on?
Bonnie's like offended.
Battle of the Snarkies.
You know it's funny. It is.
What's funny is the freaking word snarky. I mean, it's already, that's like the 5th time that I've heard it, and you don't hear that word enough. So yeah,
Right.
I like it. We're gonna start. We're
I
gonna
can't
bring
remember where you were at.
Let's bring snarky back.
Yeah, we need to bring back a few words. Snarky is a good one. I like it. Or like, you know the Christmas story where it starts out, "'Twas the night before Christmas." So it's like an apostrophe, TWAS.
You want to bring "twas"
We need to
back?
bring back
"Twas."
We want to
"'Twas."
say
We need to bring back "'twas."
"twas a stream."
Yeah.
On YouTube.
I'm dead serious.
No, I'm with you. "Twas." I like that shit.
That's a good word, man. No one said
"'Twas
it.
the night I met a brown lady named Juanita."
Right. You're setting up the scene.
I know.
She was kind of snarky.
She was snarky. It was winter, and it was cold as shit outside. Her name was Juanita, baby.
Was the night I met Yorga. I got you.
"'Twas the night I met the Count."
Yeah,
It was very nice to meet you.
He tried to act like a vampire, but he really wasn't. And so we kissed, and it all worked out.
Wait, you said he?
No, I said we.
Okay.
I didn't mean he.
Vampire.
I don't play that way, ladies.
Glad to hear that.
I do like the ladies. I'm a vampire, man. I don't know. Vampires are kind of weird.
"'Twas a bit snarky on a midsummer night."
"'Twas the night I met Count Yorga on a midsummer night." Wait a minute. We can keep going with this. There's somewhere else to go.
He was snarky with his malarkey. He didn't use malarkey anymore either.
She is freestyling in here. What is going on?
Style Wednesday is a new thing.
He looked kind of like Biden, and my daughters were hiding.
Oh my gosh.
He was snarky, and he was the snarkiest vampire I ever met in my damn life. Come on. Come on. We can keep going here. White light. Chime in.
All the responses I came up to were probably too offensive.
Ooh.
So,
Not for me.
Oh.
For the
That was
metaversal
very
script.
intellectual.
So.
Wait, what'd you say?
Well, we can make this into a limerick. There once was a man named Yorga.
Uh-oh. Oh, no. No.
Yes.
Who rode into town wearing his toga.
Oh my God.
Thank you. All right, see how this works? We can all work this out.
Light togas, so you're in luck.
Limericks. How about there was once a woman named Virginia. She had a volcanic rock.
Bigger than the city of Persimia.
Oh my God.
Thank you. Thank you. You're killing me. Watt is coming to the plate and hitting a home run every freaking time. He's
Have y'all ever been to
for the
Persimmia?
fences. Huh?
Have you ever
No.
been to Persimmia?
Nope.
I can't tell you. All right, so that joke is like worn itself out. So.
Oh, you're good. It's good.
Oh
And
my
you didn't do
gosh.
that like
No,
mine.
let's make one up for everybody.
You
There
guys-
once was a girl named Cola.
Oh my gosh. I've tried.
She always scored a 300 in Bola.
Cheers, cheers. That deserves a nice cold
That was
Coca-Cola.
a pretty good one, dude.
Yeah, that was the other actor. That was the actress that was in the movie.
Wait, no, wait a minute. I got one here. There once was a girl named Cola who was always scored a 300 in Bola. She had a forehead. It was like on Mount Rushmore. And
It's called a 5-head, Yorga. Get it right.
I can't finish it.
And Yorga for saying this is a foola.
It's
Give
a
me another
no.
beer out
You
the
don't have a fupa, do you? Now, you know what a fupa is.
I've got a fupa. Yeah, I do know what it
You
is.
don't have a fupa.
Yes, I do.
Really? Can I see it?
No. Short and simple. Nope.
Wow, I was shut down quick that time.
Mhm.
Can I see? And I've never asked anybody like that before. Can I see your fupa?
Oh my gosh.
And it was immediately no.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, I admit I have one, but no, you
Anyone
can't
who's
see
had
it.
2 C-sections has a fupa. Even if you're thin, you still have a fold over. So yeah, do I have one? Yes. Can you see it? No. Nope.
I wish.
Oh man. Oh my God. Somebody.
This is the part where I get kicked out.
No. Somebody say the acronym without saying horrible, whatever. Censor the worst words.
It's fat upper P area.
All right, here's the thing. I
Did you
noticed
catch that,
you have
Bonnie?
too much respect.
Look, we have
Bonnie.
to stop for Bonnie sometimes because
I was
she's
going to
the
say Bonnie needs a run.
person.
Mhm.
Huh?
Why are you bringing about Bonnie when we're talking about fupas?
Because she's the most
noticed-
innocent and she doesn't know the acronym. She's going, what are y'all talking about?
Because she got to explain to her. It's not like she's got one or anything. Yeah.
No, I
Probably
noticed that too, Cola. Nope. Bonnie got left out. Now let's see what you do to this beautiful spirit. I want to hear your words, Yorga.
I'm not innocent.
Hear my words, lady.
Oh my God.
I will say this. My last ex-wife had 2 kids, C-section, no fupa. No fupa whatsoever. She was smoking hot until she cheated on me. Huh?
Dude,
She still
Yorga-
doesn't understand. Somebody tell it to her without. Do it again, Yorga. Listen to what he's saying. It's an acronym. Each letter stands for something. Bonnie, go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, Yorga. Tell her one more time, nicely-ish.
I said it nice last time, lady.
But
It's
I don't think she was understood. Go ahead.
fat upper
Oh, the blonde came out.
P area. Okay?
Fat over your coochie, basically.
Well, yeah, you're Yahoo.
Yeah,
You're
there you
Gemini.
go.
You're freaking.
I brought that from childhood. That's what.
Nay.
You're big
There you go.
You're Gemini. You're freaking banana crammer. I don't know.
The nay is
I
no,
want to
no.
hear your Bonnie poem. I want to hear you with the
What?
Bonnie poem because it can only be amazing compared to the rest. Seriously.
Why? Virginia. Stop. Put the bottle down. You don't need it. We need each other. Okay?
No, but Bonnie got left out. Even Cola said Bonnie got left out.
And
It's because she's innocent and she
Echo.
doesn't know all these little acronyms, and you have to slow. I'm telling you, it's amazing. She's like, I feel like we're so horrible to corrupt her every time it happens again. This is the
I'm
same
not
one.
the only one. Look in chat, Echo. Thank you, Echo.
Aw.
Maybe I
I'm
didn't
sorry,
know. Who
Bonnie,
knows?
but if you hang around here, you're probably going to catch a disease that hasn't been discovered by medical science yet.
Oh my god.
Cola, can maybe that
But we
nice.
love you.
No.
Can you and maybe that what?
Trade places. I don't want a disease.
Oh my.
Right. That's hilarious.
What, a poopa? Oh, are we back on that again?
Poopa is not a disease.
No, but you can catch one.
No, you can't. Oh.
Yes, you can. Well, now, I don't know.
All right. To be
I
fair,
knew.
You didn't get the joke. Damn you women.
Bonnie goes,
no,
what
yeah.
is a BJ? And somebody had to tell her what that was. And I thought,
Oh my goodness, you're gonna bring that up again.
That was like last week. She's like, oh, why you gotta bring up old shit? That just was like, that wasn't even a month ago.
Yeah, like, why you got to go and bring that up again? You know? Let's just stop thinking about it yesterday. Thanks a lot.
Because I was shocked. And I was like, God, we're horrible friends.
Somebody give me a Mountain Dew.
My ex-wife used to think that LOL meant laughing online.
Yeah, I had a boss that thought it was lots of laughs or lots of love. And I'm like, that's not what that means. I mean, I guess it's not that different.
I let her believe it for like years. Laughing online. I'm like, yeah, you're right, there. Laughing online. You freaking moron.
It's lying online.
She was good looking. Yeah. I have never done a LOL in my life. I don't. If it's something really funny, I'll write that person back and go, man, I'm seriously laughing my ass off right now.
Lol.
What?
LOL. Lol.
Oh, lol, yeah.
But if you don't laugh out loud, are you really laughing out loud?
You're not. Because everybody puts LOL in there, they're not laughing. They're just like,
yeah, that's why when I say I actually LOL, that means I actually did it. LOL just means it's kind of funny. But if I say I actually LOL, that means I did laugh out loud. I won't say it like
that passes.
That's how I think.
Yeah, don't be fake LOL at me now. I ain't gonna fake LOL you.
I told you, LOL means it was really funny. It doesn't mean I actually laughed. It's just overused. It's like epic, right? You remember when everything was epic? Like
I use LOL.
You remember
too.
Who did say that just now?
I did. What about it?
All right, Bonnie, I'll give you a break. What was the other one? There was another one. In the 90s, everything was extreme. Remember they used that word extreme? It just the word got bigger than itself. Extreme skateboarding, extreme bicycling. Yeah. You know, I mean everything.
The extreme 90s.
Extreme.
That's heavy.
No, it's not as heavy as this. I'm going to show you something funny. It's not funny because it's the Bible. But
stand by.
Everybody just stand by. Calm down.
Oh, it's like David's here. Calm down.
Calm down.
Yeah, David Devine. I love that guy. Even though I got in an argument last time I saw him.
Show and tell part of the broadcast.
Oh no.
No, this is the best Bible you can ever get. If you want to read the Bible,
I thought you had a VHS tape.
I know it does. It's actually an old. I had one. I've still got it around there somewhere where all the covers are gone, and because I read it so much, you know, this is a real Bible, but it talks to you like me and Watt would be talking to each other right now, instead of thou and twas and all that stuff we just talked about. It doesn't have. It's like I don't know. It's just like English language, like an idiot like me can understand. And yeah, man. It's called the extreme. What's it called? Extreme faith. That's what it's called. And I mean, this thing is good because an idiot like me doesn't know all of these and thous and all that stuff. And even God did not talk like that. Do you understand? A lot of people don't understand this. Mm-hmm. God never said, thou shalt not kill.
Hebrew.
He never said it because that's Old English. Thou shalt not. He was speaking in Hebrew to the Hebrews who could understand him. And God only knows what those words were, but it wasn't thou shalt not kill. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. You get a little Bible lesson from my old friendly vampire Count Yorga.
That's pretty extreme.
It's extreme faith. I'm telling you. You got to go back to the 90s to understand. Sorry, Cola.
You're fine.
Yeah. Oh, you're making a sandwich, aren't you?
Me? No, but my stuff was all freezing up. I walked out of the room. I came back and it's all fine again. I don't know what was going on. That's only happened a couple of times. The whole screen will go black. I have no idea why. But I was listening. I just couldn't even see you. When everybody else could probably see your picture, I couldn't see it.
Yeah, I'm always the boring part of the show.
Oh, my goodness.
He's so full of it. I don't know why it does that sometimes. But it's definitely completely shut all the way black.
Do you even see my bubble?
Not really. I could see you now, though.
I'm not even on the screen right now.
I can see your square. So I couldn't even see your square last time. It was funny because I could see everybody else, but yours.
I'm in a circle. I'm not even in a square.
You're too square for a square.
But you know why? Because I was going to do this and I couldn't do it. I was going to do that because I knew you were at, but I couldn't even see your square. I could only see everybody else's. It was weird. I know it sounds crazy.
How come your square is so damn special, Cole? I square.
Oh, man. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea.
I'm in a snarky mood. I'm just going to tell you.
Snarky. Twas the night before he was snarky. Oh, wait.
Twas the night I met Yorga. He liked to watch movies with Victor Yorga. I'm Victor Borga.
Was the snarkiest in all the land.
Yorga. Sometimes they call me Tim.
Tim or Tim?
Remember?
You're saying Pan or Pam?
I said Tim. Remember in Monty Python's Holy Grail?
Oh
they like meet this wizard who's all crazy as shit and is making lightning going off.
Yeah.
They're like, "What is your name?" And he's like, "Tim." Some call me Tim.
No,
I think Cheryl Rich got a crush on me. What do you think?
Cheryl Rich is the best.
I know I don't want to hurt her feelings or anything, but
man, you should be so lucky.
Oh, I know. She's smoking. Just like Juanita.
I don't know Juanita.
I told a story about her the other night ago on Craig.
Oh my gosh. What are we talking about, Chimo?
I don't know, everybody goes quiet. There is no Juanita. I made her up.
I appreciate the duplication. It's much appreciated.
She was brown. I met her down.
Often imitated, never duplicated.
She had a garlic aroma that could level Tacoma.
Juanita Valdez.
How do you know?
Every
I got a
town's got
phone
a
number and
Juanita
everything. The phone
Valdez,
number
man.
was in Spanish, though.
Yeah. Too many Unos.
There was Juanita.
Her name
Walking
was
down the street.
Juanita. No, I just made her. I made her own.
She said, "Sorry, yoga."
Right. Wait. She had dirty underpants and
Oh my gosh.
she had flowers in her hair and dirty underwear. Her name was Juanita.
With yoga, you got to do like you could do like something yoga, and she did yoga.
Ooh! I gotta write this down.
Where's Craig when you need him? That's who we need is Craig. Craig and Yorga together come up with some funny ass shit.
Yeah, she'd have to be like really drunk to actually get up with me. You know what I mean? So we got to write that in the song too. That she's hammered, you know. And there's this dude. She thinks it's Brad Pitt, and it's me though. And
why does everybody say they look like Brad Pitt?
I was a stunt double one time.
Okay.
One where he fell off
That
like
was
a 5-story roof, and the guy died, and that was me. I'm a vampire, so I can be it.
Oh my goodness.
People say I look like Brad Pitt, but I think I'm more of a George Clooney man myself.
Well, you never showed your face, so we don't know what you.
It's all AI generated.
Well, yeah, that same bulldog.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking up what Brad Pitt looks like. I don't know.
You don't know Brad Pitt?
I'm his stunt double.
I
trying to think of something.
I can see it.
Well, he's just like in all the tabloids. Like he's just like his face is everywhere for like 20 years now.
Never heard of him.
Who's that? It's Brad Pitt.
Who's that schmuck?
Yeah, you gotta give it to me. He's a good looking man. I'm not, you know.
But he does have like he's so pretty. It's almost feminine. There is some of that going on. He is a very pretty man. Like it's
Maybe
weird.
that's why I like him. I don't know. I like Elvis. I like Elvis too. Elvis. Let me think. If I were going to be, you know, gay, Elvis, Brad Pitt. I
You'd be
can't
gay
think of any others.
Gay for Elvis?
Huh?
You'd be gay for Elvis? Gay for Elvis?
Kind of, yeah. Just kind of. I mean, I'm
Only a
not gay.
Graceland.
I've never been there. My son went there.
Never been there neither.
See, my musical every time that's my musical Tourette's, but the brochure looks nice. It's crazy because it's not even when somebody says never been there. It's a Sheryl Crow lyric. I've never been there, but the brochure looks nice. And it's crazy because
yeah.
Like I'm not even trying to make the association or that connection, and somebody says it, and my brain just starts singing Sheryl Crow. I mean, I always say it, people think I'm not, it happens all the time. And when somebody else does it, I'm like, oh yeah, that's normal. That's called musical Tourette's. It's a thing because it is. I know.
Somebody brings
Was a
up Sheryl
vampire.
Crow. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I just said he was a vampire. He did play a vampire role.
Who did?
Brad Pitt.
Oh, yeah,
What was
he did. That
Interview with a
about
Vampire.
gay movies.
Yeah,
That
there
was
you
kind
go.
of a gay movie. man.
It wasn't just that. So that was what, Kirsten Dunst or something, and she's like under.
A
This
young
is another
Kirsten
one of those
Dunst.
weirdo things. They're like all the tabloids are all like, oh, you get to kiss Brad Pitt, and she's like a 10-year-old or something. She's like, ooh, you know, he's got a beard, and
Yeah,
it's like,
she was young in that movie, man. I mean, but
they
what a
made it
great
like it
actor.
wasn't weird. Could you? I don't know. Yeah, she was a good actress, and he was a good actor, but
That's what in the
creepy,
movie,
the way that they
not just
actually
spoiler,
performed.
but the other vampires came after him because of that. Because they're just like, yeah, she was too young.
Hmm.
What in that movie that happened?
I didn't realize that was why, but I did know she was stuck. She was like, I remember her being so upset because she grew up to be a woman and she was stuck in that little girl body. So yeah, that's what made
her at that point. Yeah.
That.
Yeah, that was the creepiest part.
I'm gonna have to rewatch that one.
It was a good movie, but I don't know. I might not like it as much now, looking at it from a different lens. For me, it was just the way they kept treating her at the there's been things since, because now she's a grown-ass woman and everything, and what they said to her then is still out there. It's weird. They do it a lot.
What kind of woman is she?
What did I say? Full grown-ass woman?
Grown-ass.
Mm-hmm. She's not just grown. She's a grown-ass woman.
She even played Mary Jane.
I just want to clarify.
Are we dead yet? No. We're thriving, Cootie. We're thriving. Did you hear about the tariffs? And oh my gosh, as soon as I start talking about this, my shit goes black again. Oh my God. I bet I'm out.
Did you hear about the tariffs?
I was gonna say in the stock market and all the good things, and then I literally got all
Never heard of them.
Never met him.
Never met him. Sounds horrible.
It must be when Yorga turns his camera on. Is it still black?
No, that's just a treat for the ladies, baby.
It's fun now. It's fun now.
I don't do it often.
It's because you're a vampire and you're messing up. I don't know how. I swear to God, I'm not kidding. I wish I understood more about. It doesn't happen very often, but it freaks me out because I can't mute or anything. So it gets stuck. And you remember the one time, Bonnie, you were there, and me, you, and Steve. I was locked out, and the stream was still going, and then we were in the backstage trying to get it back on. It was so bad, but it was also hilarious. I was just whatever. It just hasn't gotten that bad this time to where I'm locked out.
You know what's hilarious is freaking 10, from 10 TV, and she's on 10 TV too. I have to give a shout out.
Yeah, we can put it in the chat for the link.
Her and I, we've been friends for I don't even know how long. Maybe 4 years, maybe 2 years, maybe I don't know how long it was. But we were just shooting the shit on the phone, and she would seriously ask me, "Look, I gotta ask you a question." I'm like, "What?" She's like, "Are you really a vampire?"
Oh my gosh.
No, she did. And this went on for a long time. I kept it going. I was going, yeah, you never know. Yeah, she did. And I'm not rooting on her because I love her to death, man. But she did. I mean, I don't think she ever believed it, but she questioned it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm going to shut up for a while.
Well, we'll both put it in there because he beat me to it. But yeah, that's the link to 10 TV too. That's the one she goes on. I don't think she even does the other one anymore. But Tuesdays and Sundays, right? For sure.
Sunday Tuesday. And Tuesday. Yeah, we had a great show last night. You were there.
You were there.
Well, yeah.
So yeah, I was just saying, I'm scared the screen's going to go black again. But when I saw Pootie, that's what I had to say. We had it's tomorrow now, but we had a good day. I think good things are happening.
Yeah, and in kitty news, he's kind of getting worse and worse.
Huh?
Well, no, Claude. I was just trying to tell you, he's not getting better.
Oh, the kitty cat.
Yeah, that's why I say kitty news.
I didn't. Yep, tomorrow night the party's at Bonnie's. I think. I hope I don't. You said pretty much. Yeah, I think your kitty's gonna pull through. I do, because it's come so far that
Yeah, 2 Sundays ago, I was going to have him put down, and I got kicked out of the veterinarians.
I know, and he's still here fighting it.
I was being a dick, man, but still.
They always talk about dog years, but what is a cat year?
I think 7-1.
Billy.
7-1 ratio.
That's what I've always heard. It's
how do they even come up with something like that? What does that even mean?
Hell if I know. I'm not a doctor. I just play one on TV.
There you go.
Good night, Karen.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
What's up, Indy?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess if you study animals, you can figure that shit out somehow. Hey, Indy baby. What happened to Pooty? I thought he was in here.
No, he was in the chat. He's not on the thing, on the panel.
Go ahead. I'm not listening.
Well, I don't know.
I was going to say, I kind of feel bad. Yes, I agree, Pooty. I feel bad about Justin Bieber lately. I think he's probably going to come up in the into all the other news and stuff, and whether he's a witness or he's a victim or what. But I got a little clip of him just telling the paparazzi all they care about is money, and it's just short. I just feel bad for him. I know it's not the funnest thing, but oh my God, here I go flickering. That's what I'm sharing too much, I guess.
Well, he was a really, good looking kid. And I saw pictures of him lately. I don't mean to break off your clip, but I saw pictures of him lately where.
Oh, I thought this was the clip talking.
No, he's got. Well, thank you. I must have a good of kind of a voice.
So,
but
man, it sounds interesting.
But he had tattoos and shit, like face tattoos and whatnot, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he looked terrible. All right, I'm sorry. Go ahead, start.
No, you're good. He does look bad. I think he's doing drugs and stuff. I think he was abused in the industry, and he knows he's about to be blasted. Like, it's when everybody goes to court, his name's going to be out there, and he's going to be embarrassed.
It takes a toll on you.
That's what I think, but we don't really know.
Yeah.
Oh, good morning. No, not good morning. You already know. You already here. You already know. I want money. Money, 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 money. Money, get out of here, bro. Money. All you want, don't care about you. All you want is money. Go, get out of here. All you guys want is money. Money, 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 money. Money, money, money. Get out of here, bro. Okay. Get out of here, money. That's all you care about, money? That's all you care about, guys. What do you know? It's money. You don't care about people. Only money. Only money. No people. You don't care about human beings. Go. Go. Go.
And I mean, like, I don't know. Like, I just feel bad for him. Like,
yeah, I kind of don't blame him.
Yeah, I feel like I would feel like that too.
I don't blame him.
Yeah.
Do you think
do anything normalized or whatever normal might be?
Exactly what life Jinx. Like he doesn't have a semblance of normal. How does he even know how he feels? Yeah. Or imagine how much his identity has been messed with over time. Like he was made a product very young.
Yeah, really young.
The lore of it, right, is he did like some video on, I think it was YouTube. I could be wrong. And I think somebody saw him and was like, this kid is great. And then all of a sudden he magically is, catapulted. But still, we underestimate how much this affects these young people. He's only, I don't know, how old is he? Is he even 40 yet? Or
oh no,
in his 30s, right? And ever since he was he 12, 13, 14 when they identified some talent? And then there he is.
Say he's 31.
He's 31. Okay, so what year was he discovered?
Remember, he had the little hair flip thing. He had the little sweep to the side hair flip thing. He was just a young little thing, and yeah, right. He was discovered on YouTube, and then he got passed off through the industry. His mom literally pretty much signed him over.
He got sold.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I don't think she knew that, but yeah, it got rough for the kid.
But did she? Was she that stupid? Any of us as parents in this room, any of you that are parents, would you put your kids at, what'd you say, 13?
12 or 13, something real young like that, yeah.
Something like 12, 13, into the industry, right? Catapult them in, send them to a Diddy party, and pray for the best? Would you really? And this is before we even like the tracker on the kids'
17 years, 17 years straight, nonstop for 17 years, 24/7, 365.
He would have barely had a beeper.
3 times on Sunday.
I mean, I can't imagine.
That's parents with greed.
Mother, I can't imagine that.
Just like, what's her name? Joan Bonet, whatever her name was.
John Benet Ramsey, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's parents with greed. They're exploiting their children for their.
That was a weird story.
Oh, yeah.
But I totally agree with Bonnie on that one. Yes, you're exactly right.
I mean, that's pretty much what his mom did, I guess, because she didn't know what was going to happen there. And she was selling him out. She knew he was going to get famous. I don't think she probably knew what he was going to go through. I don't think either one of them, I think they both
at the same time, the toddlers and tiaras, that shit was sick. And
that was, man, it was spooky. And as a grown man who's had children, you seeing John Bonet and like the lipstick and the little hats and the little short dresses and whatnot, man, it creeps me out, man.
Yes, that was overdone. Okay, I admit, I did take one of my sons to audition to be Alfalfa in Little Rascals.
That's fine.
That's different.
Oh, you didn't know anything.
No, I didn't know all this then. But even still, it was one part. He didn't get it.
Right. But it's still like you didn't know then what that was, like you were just like, hey, let's go maybe you can get in this show. Like that's not the same as the ones who got in the show got sold.
Because they film movies around here all the time. And we've been on set. I don't see any of that going on. So I think where it goes on is once they get to Hollywood maybe, or to the big time, or I don't know. And it could be different with girls than it is boys, but even the whole cast here that I've seen, it's just, I have not seen that part of it. And but I know it's there. I mean, we all know it's there. It's all coming out now.
Well, a lot of it's coming out also in the JFK files and stuff. And my shit's flickering. I hope I can get through this next part because the adrenal Rome, that stuff, that word's in this next clip because it's the MK Ultra and all that. But this
all
is
roads
just
lead to Rome.
Alleged. Well, no, I thought you said all roads, and I heard allegedly because you say that too. I need to say allegedly.
He definitely
This is
said
for this is for entertainment purposes only. All those things, but yeah, they casually say that word in this clip, and I was like kind of shocked just by that part. But it's also really. I'm going to put the whole link in the chat because this is a trove of information about all the MK Ultras and a bunch of projects I didn't even know the names of. Very interesting stuff, but. Just one part.
By 1952, Project Artichoke had begun exploring the use of neurosurgery as a tool for behavior modification. The scope of the project was outlined in a memo dated January 1952 that stated, "Can we get control of an individual to the point where he will do our bidding against his will and even go against fundamental laws of nature, such as self-preservation?" Later that year, Dr. Humphrey Osmond, alongside his colleague Abram Hoffer, discovered the similarities between mescaline and the adrenaline molecule and began experimentation at a hospital in Saskatchewan, Canada. Soon after they isolated the chemical compound, which they later named adrenochrome, they began conducting several small-scale studies involving 15 or fewer human subjects. They found that adrenochrome triggered psychotic reactions such as thought disorder, derealization, and euphoria, similar to the symptoms of schizophrenia. This led them to believe that illnesses like paranoid schizophrenia might be a form of self-intoxication caused by one's own body, and induced by an overabundance of adrenaline in one's system. Between 1953 and 1954, the CIA had shifted their directive and acquired safe houses in New York in order to begin their next project, which would be referred to as Operation Midnight Climax. They then employed a variety of women of the night who were meant to lure clients back to these safe houses, where they were to give them various substances without their knowledge, focusing mainly on LSD, all while being monitored behind two-way glass. Gottlieb wanted to invest.
I mean, it goes on and on. It's very interesting. And there's somebody they call
Red Light District.
Yeah, there's it's project after, as soon as one ends, another begins, and then it's like when they can't do it anymore, they just go underground, and it really is.
A lot of them are just a continuation. They're just like a play or an act in a sequence. You know, some of them build on top of each other.
They do. Yep.
But they just said that A word, just like so willy-nilly, just like so casually, and it almost sounded different the way that they were calling it. I don't know.
The way that they perceived it seemed different than we do now, or the way that it was.
Yeah, different than what I think now. I mean, I don't know. I guess maybe they did. Maybe they just knew of it as a drug, and they didn't know how the drug came about. But I don't know.
They definitely know a lot more now, because what was that? That was the early 50s.
Yeah, this is how it's documented down, because and it goes into Marilyn Monroe. That's a real small piece, and that's why I like clips and stuff, because I will surely misquote it on accident, obviously, or I'll say it wrong or whatever. But I've always heard that Marilyn Monroe was a MK Ultra, and she was a presidential model, because the first presidential model that could be presented to the Kennedys and such, of a mind controlled person, and her past and stuff fits perfectly into the mold. But this is just a real 1 minute. This is from the JFK files. She was definitely, this 1 minute, I'll let it speak for itself or whatever. Oh, maybe.
Department of Defense ID seems to confirm some of what I speculated in this video, that she had been brought on for some kind of covert military operation. Some sources have said that this ID was necessary due to her USO show performances, but with a quick search, it can be confirmed that no such ID is required to travel and perform at such shows. So keep all of that in mind while you learn more about this programming.
Her blood type was unknown.
Well as the covert.
So like I said,
I saw that too. UNK. I was going to bring that up.
I'm going to work on it right now before I forget to do it. Put that whole video in. I really enjoyed it. They did. The one thing I thought was really funny, they're talking about LSD and everything, and it kept saying self-experiment, second self-experiment. Dude's just tripping on acid. They're making it sound all professional. He's like, let me try it. I'll tell you how it works.
All right, Cola, straight up, could you play that? Start it over and play it for a minute, because we ended up stopping it at play it for a minute or two, because that was starting to heat up, and I want to see what they said next after.
They go on to Operation Midnight Climax about the prostitutes dosing people, and then there's a guy, and a little bit further, there's a guy they called Captain Trips, which I thought was pretty funny too.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out where they were going, so they're talking about agent provocateurs.
Well, next it ties into Frank Olson, which, and I'll play this part if you want. Why not? It ties into him who ended up killing himself. Remember, in the movie, there was a show called Wormwood on Netflix. It was a series. I totally watched every second. It was so good. And anyway, so why not? Hold on.
Yeah. Let's
go. If you could share the link.
I'm going to totally do that, but I got sidetracked with playing a little bit more. Hold on. I'll do that.
Hold on. She said agent provocateurs.
Yeah, she does. I love that.
I love that.
Me too. All right.
Oh, that's what I say. I'll be your agent for provocateur, baby.
Say 1 in 6 people are.
LSD, and psilocybin mushrooms. Meanwhile, the CIA had taken to dosing officials within their own ranks, without their knowledge or consent, as an ongoing operational experiment. This brought about the suspicious death of Army biochemist Frank Olson, who had allegedly fallen out of his hotel window several days after he'd been dosed by Sidney Gottlieb himself, along with a handful of other U.S. Army Special Ops officers at a joint CIA military
there was a
retreat.
movie about this.
Afterwards, Frank had fallen into a deep depression and developed.
It was a
I
show
lived it. I
on Netflix.
lived it in 1973.
Paranoia, which led to a complete nervous breakdown. He was sent to see a physician in New York, employed by the CIA. But on his last night in Manhattan, he had allegedly thrown himself out of the window of his 10th floor hotel room. The exact circumstances and events leading up to Frank's passing are still being called into question to this day. In 2017, Netflix released a miniseries called Wormwood, dissecting this event. Likely due to this incident, at least in part, the CIA was forced to scale their experiments involving LSD way back and find more legal means of testing on humans. The CIA
It's interesting they chose that name, Wormwood.
Yes.
Like the penetrating infestation of your mind. Like in Dinner for Schmucks, you know? It said, I'll use brain control over you. Only thing stronger than mind control is brain control.
Can you tell me the difference?
You're like a philosopher, man.
Mind control versus brain control. What is the difference?
I don't know that difference. That would have to be
I
explained.
think it'll be more like I think like your mind could be more directly connected to your soul or your spirit or your essence at that point. Your brain would be kind of like the other things that we just think and do without so much effort. It would all tie together as one, but like, you know, just like blinking or just,
Yeah,
you know, we don't think about breathing or such, you know. But the
that's
thoughts and
the
actions that make a difference, that would be more like your mind.
The
If there was a difference, I don't know. Yeah.
breathing and blinking comes from the subconscious. So it technically is a different part of you, I suppose. You don't think about each time you blink your eyes or breathe in and breathe out. You just do it. So I guess
A lot of the stuff they hit us with is subconsciously. Even once that seed's planted, we might not think about it. The next day or whenever something might hit us and we might flash back and think about it, you know?
All right, I'm gonna play this. This is like just a couple minutes. I watched a 6-hour long movie a long time ago on YouTube called the Sleep Room, with all this information about this guy right here, Edwin Cameron, and this stuff is really crazy. Like the depatterning and the psychic driving. If you guys already
Sleep Room.
Yes, that's exactly what it was called, the Sleep Room, and it was they stopped it from coming out to the regular. It was like unedited. That's why it was so long, and it was still a good movie, even though it was like, you know.
They have this chamber.
That is the Sleep Room.
I think it's at the UN headquarters in New York. They have like this chapel type room. You can look it up. It's almost shaped like a sideways pyramid inside there, but that's what they called it, some type of sleep chapel or something like that. But allegedly it's got this big square altar in it, and somehow it's magnetic, or it's got some type of magnetic properties, and it's allegedly directly below it, it's tied in directly to the foundation of this building where it was built. And if you look up the history of that particular building where it was built, it gets to be real interesting. The names and the people and the entities that own that property at 666 UN headquarters, New York City, New York.
Yeah, well, isn't that Kushner?
Oh, way back to the what is it called? It was a trust, and I don't want to mess the name up. I can't remember right off the top of my head, but the name was similar to Lucifer. It was something trust. It started with an L, without looking it up, but it was a trust originally. And that's how the UN formed afterwards.
I'm sure it had to do with light. Anyway, sorry, Cola.
Sorry to make a short story long.
No,
no, I loved it.
No, for sure. This is like I said, it's just a couple minutes, but this is the one this is the only thing I didn't know. Like a lot of these other programming, different names and stuff, I didn't know much about. Never even heard of them. Project this, I heard of the MK Ultra. I heard of the Project Monarch, the psychic driving, the de-patterning, which is all in here. And I find it fascinating because this is true and has happened. And I do think now this is like way more available, like to be seen. It's more transparent, I'll say, than it was literally just 10 years ago. Or, unless I don't know. I feel like this information is way more. I think a lot of this is in the JFK files. That's where this is like more flooding out from, because this has just been put out. Oh, I've lost it. It wasn't that like a day or two ago, but I'll put this, but obviously this video is way older, like the clips from it, but this particular video that's in the chat with the link is not that old.
Dr. Ewan Cameron had begun tests using LSD as a de-patterning tool with intent to reprogram personalities. His research quickly gains the attention of the CIA, and Cameron became involved in many experiments under MKUltra, some of which were later published in the Kubark Counterintelligence Interrogation Manual in July 1963. But we'll explore this manual later. The CIA issued sizable grants to Dr. Cameron in support of his de-patterning research, as well as approved his studies regarding sensory deprivation in pursuit of the initial goal. He commuted from Albany, New York to Montreal, Canada, once a week to conduct his research at McGill's Allen Memorial Institute between 1957 and 1964. These experiments were conducted on patients that had entered a mental facility for minor disorders such as anxiety and postnatal depression. Many suffered permanent debilitation after these treatments. The treatment involved putting patients into a prolonged period of sleep for several days through the administration of barbiturates, drugs that depress the central nervous system, and hallucinogens such as LSD. This was followed up with electroshock therapy sessions spread over the course of several weeks, ultimately reducing patients to a childlike state. Cameron believed that once reduced to such a state, they could be reprogrammed with new thoughts and ideas through what he referred to as psychic driving. Patients were exposed to hundreds of thousands of repetitions of a single statement. They were also administered muscular paralytic drugs such as Carrere, a poison to subdue them for the purposes of exposure to the looped messages. The majority of outcomes included incontinence, amnesia, forgetting how to speak, and thinking their interrogators were their parents. The CIA extended the specifications of these studies to psychiatrist William Sargent, who began experimenting on his own patients without their knowledge or consent, causing similar long-term damage. It was later determined that Cameron had conducted a series of side experiments involving children, all of which...
This is the worst part. I'm just going to say it's only one more minute, but this is what they did. This is really fact.
Actually abused. One of those children was filmed numerous times performing sex acts with high-ranking government officials as a blackmailing method to ensure further funding for his experiments. To this day, the CIA has kept most of the details of these specific de-patterning experiments in the dark, through destruction of files and or the signing of non-disclosure agreements. These are suspected to be part of the collective and ultra-classified experiments that fall under Project Monarch, in which its existence is still widely denied by the CIA. Project Monarch represented the pinnacle goal of mind/behavioral control research. Reprogramming an individual would give you absolute control of another human being.
They take you all the way back to your pupil stage.
Of human control techniques. To reprogram an enemy official and send him back to do your bidding, and imagine its other uses. It's totally...
Yeah, take an enemy and reprogram them and send them back. That's next level right there. But there's some horrible truths out there. But I put the whole link because there's so much more in there. They talk about Kennedy, they talk about the assassination, they get into the different levels of the brainwashing, and they talk about a lot about Marilyn Monroe. I think. Yeah. The end.
It wouldn't be the same level. It would be depending on what role that you played or what role they needed you to play in the particular events.
Yeah.
Well, it's still true now. What role they need you to play, but also like think about how much our society is drugged down with SSRIs, and think about the docile state they create with various substances in Minecraft.
Synthetic.
Right. And so they learned from this. That was a couple decades ago, right? They've been learning from these processes forever. And now what do doctors push now? Anybody with a slight, you had a headache or a nightmare, you're put on XYZ, and those things are really damaging, dude. Like they're
Talk
makes
about
you
an egg in a frying pan.
yeah, like they weaken us first using that in a lot of ways. Everybody needs an antidepressant or an anti this or a medication to mitigate the side effects of the other medication. They're doing this based on the research from all of that. The Holocaust, the Jews, went down with some showers,
I think that would
Zyklon.
mess with someone's equilibrium.
100%, their balance.
They made a
more
movie,
ways than one.
a movie called Equilibrium. Have you ever saw that picture?
I have. It's amazing.
Where they had to take the pill to kill their emotions.
Yes, kills your emotions. One of the first scenes in that movie is where they couldn't feel the love and beauty of art. They looked at it, they had no emotions. And that's exactly what the medications and
paper over the windows
do. Yep, had no veneration for creativity and anything outside of the equilibrium. That's a fucking amazing movie. Yes. And that's where they're trying to put
that movie came out years ago.
Oh, long time. Close to 20 years
ago. And the one scene where like there's a kid, but he's like a high ranking kid, and whatever they're I forget what they called the policing unit that was over them. They had a special name for them. The
right. I don't remember
either. Wardens. It was something specific that meant something. Yes. But anyway, it was the kid standing over the crowd, and he looked across. He said, he's guilty of feelings or something like that. The old man smiled or something, or he cried or something.
Yep.
They had him arrested on the spot for crying or laughing. I can't remember which one it was.
Mm-hmm.
He committed a feelings crime. And where are we at now? People's talking about, oh man, his feelers got hurt, man, or my feelers got hurt.
Exactly. Everything is feelings. Yep. Yeah. Oh man, Equilibrium is such a good example.
They banned the books. You couldn't get caught reading a book.
Wasn't that the dude from American Psycho, Christian Bale? Wasn't he?
Christian Bale, yeah. Yeah, he was the main guy.
Yes, y'all. Equilibrium, watch it. It's what they're doing. Yep. Very good connection. The SSRIs are doing that too. You look at any of these incidents, whether real or not, false flags, mass incidents, you know what I'm saying? And you'll find that a lot of the perpetrators were on antidepressants, antipsychotics, anticonvulsants, antipsychotics and anti-seizure medicines are the same thing. They are changing the way that your brain vibrates. And then you become more vulnerable to suggestion. So imagine all the hormones some go through, and they're not only going to be on hormones, they're going to be on psychotropics. So you have physical and mental right there. Now, in the 90s, we figured out a vaccine for getting rid of the God gene because it was for national security. We're going to use this on our enemies, where they have no God gene. Okay, now combine that. We now have physical, spiritual, and mental pharmaceutical control.
Duplicitous scum.
And then MK Ultra with that drives it.
Yeah,
the media, the entertainment, all of that drives it.
They used ayahuasca and acid and all kinds of drugs too, and it's not gonna not do something. And then people do it for there was a lot of crazy stuff. There's, like I said, I put that whole video out because they're just getting the way that they would just get at regular people and just like, hey, yeah, they're at a concert. I actually wish I could remember who it was years ago that told me this story. It sounded crazy at the time, but they were saying that they intentionally gave away acid at certain, I think it was Grateful Dead concerts or something. And
Right.
it's insane though. You're like, oh yeah, sure, buddy. And then you start hearing this stuff and you're like, oh my God, maybe that was actually true. It's kind
What
of
about
crazy.
fish? PHISH, fish. Remember that whole cult, the fish people, man? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm.
So I do want to go ahead and, just because I have it back there, same video, another part about the JFK part. It is pretty interesting. I feel like I did know that he was visited there at the end, the person that supposedly, but I didn't know the credentials of the person that went to visit him, where he lost his memory and everything. Anyways, that's why I play the clip, because I won't say it right, but I'll just play it and y'all can. What's that? I'm sorry.
I love this. Everything you've been playing from this, I love it. Let's do it.
Well, you got the whole thing because I really would, if my way, I'd play the whole thing and we just watch it together. But I tried to put the best parts into clips.
November 22nd, 1963, John F. Kennedy, the 35th President of the United States, was assassinated in Dallas, Texas, while riding in a presidential motorcade through Dealey Plaza. Lee Harvey Oswald was arrested and accused of firing the shots from the Texas School Book Depository. He was charged with the murder of a police officer and the assassination of JFK. He denied shooting anyone, claiming that he was a patsy, and he too was assassinated by Jack Ruby on November 24th, 1963, before he could be defended or prosecuted. Ruby was arrested and convicted for the murder of Oswald, but was able to successfully appeal his conviction and death sentence. The psychiatrist who performed Ruby's court-appointed psych evaluation was Louis Jolly West, who was best known for being the head of UCLA's Department of Psychiatry. It was later determined that he too had performed isolated MK studies, subcontracted and funded by the CIA while working at the University of Oklahoma in 1956. He primarily studied hypnosis, suggestibility, and dissociative states. There are many theories regarding what actually occurred that day. There's the security guard as the second gunman, the Manchurian candidate, the polka dot dress woman, along with other speculations of CIA involvement. Now let's rewind a moment. The CIA was at the threat of being dissolved by JFK.
This totally reminds me of right before Trump got shot in his ear, and right now too, because he's going against all the things. So I kind of just wonder if the information of this time frame is going to have a lot to do with the information of our time frame, if you know what I'm saying. It all sounds so. Remember, they're about to say that he threatened to splinter it into 1 million pieces because they were corrupt. Well, he never did, because he got shot, remember? I mean, I'm sorry, but I'll play the rest here for a minute.
And after their absolute embarrassment by their failure in Cuba, how could they have best used their learned techniques and tactics to silence the presidential opposition, regain control of their ultra-secretive outfit, and save face? Cue Marilyn Monroe. Let's pretend for a moment that Project Monarch was very real, specializing in trauma-based mind control and what its potential for human application would be.
I can't help it. I am fascinated by her. I have a book right now I'm reading about her, and it's funny because I'm reading the same stuff they end up talking about in here, and it goes into a whole thing about Marilyn Monroe's history, which I already know. A lot of people do.
I don't mean to hold you up, Colin.
No, go ahead.
If I told you that I've been to her grave,
nah, you might have, but I don't.
All right.
Still.
You ever been to a graveyard where it's not like, well, there's graves everywhere, but hers was like in this marble wall of like, I don't know, 5 by 5 pieces of marble, and they have the star's name on it. This Hollywood,
I forget what you call those things. Yeah, it's got a name.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So, but hers is weird because it's got like a pink tone to it. The reason that is that I guess women, maybe men, I'm sure both, come by and they put their lips, with lipstick on her stone. Right there. This one stone stands out. All the rest of them look gray, but hers looks like pink. And that's why. And they have to have a guy come out every single day and wipe this damn thing off. You know, me and my daughter were out there one day. It's called West something cemetery. But you walk into this place, and the first thing you stumble across is Don Knotts. You know, there's stars all over this place. You know,
So it's in a Hollywood cemetery then.
What now?
A Hollywood cemetery?
Yes, in Hollywood.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was crazy. And the cool thing was, it was a day kind of like today. It was in April of 2017, and it was just me and my daughter. So she was 17. She didn't have any friends, and so for spring break, I would always take her somewhere really cool, you know. So this was one of those times when we went out to Hollywood, and one of the days we had a bucket list of stuff to do, and one of the days is going Westwood. That's what it's called, Westwood Cemetery, and we went out there, and it was, man, I'm gonna cut my camera on. It was so freaking cool because it was just for an eye. This is in the middle of LA. All these great big buildings around, maybe an acre of cemetery that was there. You parked and walked up in there, you know. I kind of looked on the internet, you know, how do I get in this place? And it was just me and her and nobody else there. Beautiful spring day. And we're just walking along, and she's like, look, there's, you know, Farrah Fawcett, you know, the guy who played Columbo. You know, you just walk around this place. It's not that big. And it was just, you know, just this crazy cool day. Out of all the people in LA, nobody was there except me and my daughter. So it was awesome. I'm sorry. Taking out the stream again.
Don't be sorry, man. That's awesome.
No, that was a great day, man. I mean, it just was so flipping cool, man.
Mm-hmm.
And every couple steps, there's another big Hollywood star, you know, in their grave or whatever, you know. And the Marilyn Monroe thing, Johnny Carson was there, but yeah, her stone looks pink because of all the lipstick.
Interesting.
I always wonder, where does everybody go? You don't see any new cemeteries being christened.
Dude, Lot Life, I was tripping on that. I shit you not. Today, thinking in my head, I was trying to do the math.
Today about something. I don't know.
Well, I mean,
somebody mentioned McDonald's, and then I think I thought about that. I don't know.
But I'm saying, why don't we ever see new cemeteries being built? And
there's a lot of old ones, a lot of hidden ones.
There's a lot of old ones, and people buy family plots and stuff, right? And some people get cremated, and some people have, you know, their spot next to their family or whatever, right? I shit you not, man. I was tripping on this hard earlier with if there's 8 billion people in the world right now, there's, I don't know the rate of death as far as just average.
Yeah. Okay. Regional average, yeah.
Man, I've walked around graveyards and you see tombstones from 1700s, 1800s going up, and they're not even family plots. It's just people, right? Where are the new graveyards, dog? Where are they? I don't even know.
There's some old ones in the area here. There's Civil War or pre-Civil War. I mean, some of them, and I mean, they're like baby monuments, you know. It's a whole statue or something dedicated to that person. I like to go out there and tour it, you know.
Yeah, but what she's saying is, where are the new ones, man?
That's what I'm saying.
I never thought about that, and I'm like going, wait a minute, where are all the new ones?
I mean, math, but if I can go to a graveyard and there's both people from the 1700s and the 1900s in a relatively small area, whether it's a church or whatever it is, it's
the odds should be in our favor now, especially after 2000, you know. There should be some new ones, no offense, but you know,
I mean, some are getting cremated. I agree, Miss Minder Sue. People are getting cremated for sure. I don't know, dude. It just makes me wonder if there's fewer people on Earth than they're telling us, or if there's something going on with his body.
There's fewer people around here. Can I tell you a quick story? And this was only like 2 months ago. This was March. Well, I can tell you exactly when it was. It was March 8th of this year. Y'all all know I had a son that passed away, and I don't need to go there, right? But on his birthday, I went out there in my yellow Corvette, and there was a place I parked, and it's not really a parking space, but it's kind of within walking distance of where he's buried at, and they put a new thing in there right next to where I parked. I didn't really pay a whole lot of attention to it. When I get out, and there was all these like smaller stones, beautiful granite stuff, and then the first thing I see, there was a little bench. You know how some people put benches in there? Oh, I meant to cut my camera off for this. Like these marble benches, with people's names on them and whatnot. And I get out and I look at the benches. Mark Kane, this guy. I'm like going, Mark Kane? I didn't know he died. I was like, he had his death 2020. It was him, man. I know it was him because his wife's name was right next to it, but she hadn't died yet, so they didn't put the date on there. And it just got goofy from there on out, man. I went out. Oh God, I've already told this story. All right, I'm gonna cut it. Forget.
So maybe there's like mausoleums or.
That's the word I was trying to think of earlier, like a mausoleum.
Yeah,
but not the kind you walk in there.
Not account for the number of people that have died. Like, I've had family members in some kind of graveyard or mausoleum or get cremated or whatever, and no matter what form, it's just like, dude, where is everyone? You never see a new graveyard. We see new buildings, we see new hospitals, we see new whatever. You really don't see like the founding of, graveyard April 9th, 2025. You know what I'm saying? What's going on?
Shady Acres. That's all we hear about.
Cremation, a lot of people said in chat, and yes, for sure.
Maybe I'm just weird like that. If so, I'll accept that.
Well, you have some too that think that it's a religious choice too. Like, if you're going to be resurrected,
I already don't put it in my will. It don't matter. Just put me in the ground underneath the Georgia pine tree and put Go Dogs on my tombstone and let it be so. Or everything else will get worked out.
Well, in my state, you can choose to become human compost. There's like companies that you can sign your body to and they'll compost you. It takes a few years, whatever. And you go, yeah, it's a thing.
I've already got a plot. So my body is going to be intact, ladies. Okay? And I used to date this girl that she donated her body to that body farm in Tennessee.
Yeah, there's body farms for sure.
I'm like, that's horrible. Right. She's like,
I don't want that. No, they ain't farming on me. They don't farm my whole life.
They
damn sure ain't finna farm me on the
bugs that go up your butt and stuff, while you're.
Wait, what did you say you were gonna?
No, they do. They do. They throw a body out on its body farm. We were dating in 2008, I think. Anyway, who?
Sherry.
I was saying hi, Sherry. Yeah,
me too. I've never dated a girl named Sherry, but I'm willing.
TMI, Yorga. TMI. Yeah.
What?
Nothing bad.
I'm here.
Yeah.
What the hell? What'd I do? Anyway,
you didn't do anything.
So she donated her body to the body farm. It's down in Tennessee. I don't think she's dead yet or anything, so she's not there. I don't think. She was one of the only girlfriends I ever had that we always kind of stayed cool with each other. You know what I mean?
Right.
But yeah, and I was like, what? Yes, they take a body, they throw it out in this, out in nature, and nature takes over, and they actually can tell from the bugs that have climbed up your butt how long you've been out there and stuff.
Oh my God.
Well, there's human composting where people are signing up. I'm speaking for my state in Washington. You can sign up to go into a composting where you're collectively going to be used to grow.
Who receives that said compost?
Something.
Where does it go?
That's hideous.
Dude, I don't trust it at all. I don't trust it in any way, shape, or form. I'm just saying.
I want human remains in my garden, man. I'm not eating those tomatoes.
Right. Well, thing is why? When's the last time you saw a new graveyard built? And I am truly not just.
That's what I'm saying.
Any?
How do we change gears that quick?
When's the last time you saw a new graveyard built? For real?
Never.
Blame it on me. It was my fault.
I've never seen it in my lifetime.
I mean, that's I can't believe that's something I never thought about.
What do you think, Bonnie? Why do we never see a new graveyard?
They just extend the ones that are already there, you think?
That's what I'm seeing around me. There is one that I'm wondering what they're going to do now. It's a Catholic cemetery for my hometown, and it's full. And so I'm kind of waiting to see if they do build a new one or what they're going to do.
A lot of people are going for cremation, and it's just way cheaper, man. It's more economical. It just is, man. I mean,
yeah.
Trust me, I know that shit ain't cheap.
It isn't, and
either way, yeah.
But even I can only speak for my area, but like a lot of times you would see like an old church, and usually that church had a cemetery.
Always.
It was, usually like members of the church or family of the members, or, I don't know if you were back, I don't know however it went, but even like in my area, you'll see like some new churches being built, or I don't know what time period you'd have to go to. Really, I'd have to break it down. That would be an interesting rabbit hole, but you don't see newer churches with cemeteries attached to them a lot of times. And it's just from my area. I don't know about other areas.
No, I agree with that. Older churches, that is exactly where they was around the churches. And you do see that more in the last 200 years. I would say you see a lot of graveyards around churches.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to track down that average time period of when that transition in a lot of areas or different states,
Right. Dude, that's wild and dark.
Yeah, I don't
know. I don't tell y'all all the weird stuff I think about. Just be thankful.
Y'all want to do some more Marilyn Monroe while we're talking about
There
weird
you go.
shit?
Yeah, let's brighten it up.
Yeah, that's not dark. Marilyn Monroe is not dark. Let's bring it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still dark. I'm not gonna lie. Let's just not sugarcoat it. It when you really think about the whole thing, it's really freaking dark, but it's fucking fascinating. Excuse my language. I'm sorry.
What actually occurred that day? There's the security guard as the second gunman, the Manchurian candidate,
I went back a
polka
little
dot dress woman, along with other speculations of CIA involvement.
Oops.
Now let's rewind a moment. The CIA was at the threat of being dissolved by JFK, and after their absolute embarrassment by their failure in Cuba. How could they have best used their learned techniques and tactics to silence the presidential opposition, regain control of their ultra-secretive outfit, and save face? Cue Marilyn Monroe. Let's pretend for a moment that Project Monarch was very real, specializing in trauma-based mind control and what its potential for human application would be. Allegedly, there are 4 different levels of Monarch programming. The first is Alpha, which is essentially a base personality, a deprogrammed individual that could be trained and prompted to perform difficult tasks with no attachment and while disregarding self-preservation.
Human version.
It's also theorized that this programming unlocks both sides.
Right. Was it Stepford Wives and stuff? See, it's always there somewhere.
Yeah.
Remember Stepford Wives? It was kind of the same thing. Creepy.
Yep.
And can improve
kind
both
of
physical
robotic
and mental strength. The
programming.
second is Beta.
Yeah, that's the first level. There's 4 levels of this stuff, and they don't. I don't know. The fourth is like,
Psychologically, it's the psychological, the breakdown of the mind, the different levels that can control the deeper functions and stuff.
it's crazy to think that, like, I don't know. I feel like, okay, because Kathy O'Brien says she was involved in all this, and she says, like, we are all MK Ultra to a certain degree just for what we see with our pop culture and things like this. Like, and it's kind of crazy because she's right, but not to this level. This is some, you know, these people were almost always some type of experiment, which is the craziest part. You know, you're just some housewife having marital problems, and you go to this place and they do all this they make you this. It's
like a wave theory. You know, there may be a wave or a typhoon. We might not be directly affected of it, but eventually we'll get a little splash. We'll get a mist from that typhoon somewhere.
That's the butterfly effect. Yes.
Yep.
And they amplified it with things like LSD and clockwork orange type of things, right? So it absolutely
electroshock therapy will take your memory a little bit. Like, it's a lot.
It is.
But yeah, let's see. There's only a couple minutes of this for real. I promise.
It goes keep going. It's awesome. I mean,
which we all
awesome,
okay, cool. Because we all know that. Well, I do. I think most people do. It's really sad. Like, her whole back and forth from foster care. Her mother was crazy. Her grandmother died in a straitjacket. It's some crazy stuff. But this isn't about. I'm saying
They start trying to look for those type of individuals. I think, you know what I mean.
Yeah, that's
They're
what
already physically, spiritually, and mentally broken by the world already. You know what I mean.
Exactly why. That's exactly why they go from this to Marilyn Monroe. Like, that's where I'm going to stop playing, because we have all heard that. But they tell you all this, and they go, "Oh, by the way, this was her life." And they tell you she didn't have, man. If anybody could have been easy to, you know, manipulate or break down, it was her, because she was already gone through so much as a child. You know, her dog was split in half in front of her eyes when she was like a little girl. She just got out of a surgery. She's like 7 or 8 years old, with a garden hoe in her front yard, just right before her eyes. Now, that's some traumatic stuff. Like, I know other things are traumatic too, but could you imagine having this? That is, I feel like that's something they say they did. It almost seems like they did it on purpose, but I don't know. That's a whole other
on purpose. Absolutely.
Because you just don't hear about that every day, right? Just, here's your dog, love it a lot. Go have the surgery, come back, watch your neighbor slice it in half. Like, what?
But if you combine trauma with chemicals, you're wrong. And that's why the whole thing with the people on antidepressants right now, and then they're going through trauma and identity crises and not even having a hope for the future. And then you give them some medication to not.
She definitely had a psychiatrist.
Same thing, and this is how they learned it.
Mm-hmm. She had a psychiatrist, and she was on whatever cocktails they wanted, plus she drank. So there was a lot of the chemical versions too, but it was a perfect storm for her. But anyway, this is like I said, this part isn't really, I guess it is about her, but not about her past, like when her childhood. So anyway,
which first requires alpha deprogramming, and to then instigate primordial sex programming. This program is
primordial sex program. This is the 4 stages that I didn't even know about. This is still one.
Moral convictions and stimulates more primitive sexual instincts devoid of inhibition. The psychic driving of these individuals is amplified by various sexually charged forms of torture and abuse to further push the victim into their primal core, which later resurfaces as an insatiable sexual appetite while being under the complete control of their owner. The third, Delta, again first requiring alpha deprogramming, creates a specially trained agent intended for acts of terrorism or assassination devoid of fear and basic self-preservation instincts. Their psychic driving involves torture and or being forced to torture or even kill someone that they may or may not be bonded to, which eventually programs them to kill, and if caught, to self-destruct in order to protect the identity of
like the people that keep trying to kill important people, you know, okay, now kill yourself before they can question you. Like, how convenient, right? It's great. Anyways, yeah, it's the 4, the alpha, beta, delta, theta. And theta, they talk about it a little. It's like really out there. I don't know. If they achieved it, they're not going to tell us, where we could like hear each other's thoughts and stuff.
Of their owners if caught,
over.
rendering them useless to any interrogation techniques. The 4th is theta,
Quit
the least likely to have ever come
me.
to fruition, which included pushing the envelope for human psychic abilities. The research in these projects was mostly abandoned after devoting many years with little to no results. The intent of this programming was to be able to give and receive mental transmissions of messages, as well as to mentally move objects or cause harm. This can be compared to old movies like Firestarter, and more recently, the Netflix
movie.
About that movie.
Oh, dude, I didn't forget.
Firestarter and something on Netflix, but we were just saying about movies.
Stranger Things, which are both loosely based on Project Montauk.
Stranger Things.
Another sub-project of MK Ultra that took place at the Montauk Air Force Station in Montauk, New York.
Montauk.
Now, considering the possibility that this too exists, considering pretty much everything else people suspected the CIA to be doing between the 40s and 70s turning out to be very real, let's look at the timing of when Marilyn Monroe came into contact with JFK. The exact date is unclear, but we can confirm it was in the second half of 1961, just after the Bay of Pigs. There are a number of instances they could have met and began contacting each other privately. The only public admission of the two having an affair was after the two attended a party together in Palm Springs, March 24th, 1962, and claiming to have first officially met February 1962 at a dinner in New York. In spite of having come into contact with each other a handful of times prior, independent of each other's spouses. Her famous Happy Birthday, Mr. President was performed on May 13th, 1962 at a celebration for his 45th birthday.
That.
First Lady Jackie Kennedy was not in attendance. What a convenient potential distraction from political affairs needing his full and undivided attention. This, however, did not distract John Kennedy from wanting to get to the bottom of what was happening within his administration, including CIA operations. In the summer of 1962, he reportedly had a secret taping system installed in the White House, which recorded conversations Kennedy had with his own cabinet members, as well as them amongst themselves. Was this all by chance? Or do you think it's possible that Marilyn Monroe was a beta-controlled operative, planted to distract JFK, or possibly to create enough scandal in media fodder to keep people distracted from the Cuban Missile Crisis?
It's like Mr. and Mrs. Smith.
What are the odds that Marilyn Monroe was even a suitable candidate for reprogramming? Well,
got agents against agents.
And see, that's where they go into her childhood and all that, which if you've never heard of it, it is fascinating. Like it is. But yeah, that Happy Birthday, Mr. President reminded me of Dave Chappelle, I think it was. He's like, chick, my wife's here. He reenacts it.
Yeah.
Oh,
dude, they're all in on it.
It's like my wife's
all in on it.
Yeah.
What happened after Kennedy was taken from us? Jackie O being Onassis, and you look at the 13 families, you got no Onassis asses. All right. It's like, dude, she had everything to do with it, as did others. All right. And I know, like the MK Ultra thing, they have been refining it for a long time. And it doesn't just start with that situation. Go back to mushrooms and compounds in ancient lands, ambrosia, the nectar of the gods.
The nectar of the gods.
Yeah, exactly. They found a way to do this before, and all you need is the people. The movie with the Gladiator. Okay. Mm-hmm. And one of the lines in that is like, if you win the people, you win.
Caesar. I think it was Caesar.
Right. It was one of the Caesars, you know. But the movie Gladiator with Russell Crowe.
It was the guy who, the owner of the Gladiators, he was giving him like his pep speech in the chamber right before his battle.
Thank you. Yes,
you win the people, you win their hearts.
100%. And that's still true today. Right?
And that's what I was fixing to say. They don't even need drugs anymore. You know what y'all were saying earlier about seductive operatives or whatever you were calling them?
Agent provocateur.
Yeah. Or
I like it.
they call it sex kitten programming also. And that is
Provocative gets the people going.
whatever you want.
Agents provocateur.
Agent provocateur. It's a thing.
Trained to say whatever they need to say. It's like to get in with people of power, and then I mean, y'all know how easy it is.
It's an agent provocateur.
Yeah, in a compromising position.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or
yes.
I didn't know she remarried.
Well, it's kind of like a majority rule, which is what democracy is. And I don't know about y'all, but every time I hear something going on with shit going on, they're all like, it's a compromise to democracy. And I'm like, dude, we're a republic. Basically, each state is its own country. We're a republic, right? We're not a democracy.
Get more crazy.
They push it hard. And mob rule is what they need. The enemy needs. Right. And I mean, it goes full circle to the agent provocateur. She's trying to bring in that unified view. Here's where we go. You know, where do we find these leaders?
The whole MAGA thing even is concerning because look how people have, I mean, it's big, right?
But now they're seductive provocateurs.
Yep, they are. Because I have not heard Trump say we're fighting for the republic. You know, like how many of our representatives have you ever said or heard have said we're fighting for the republic? Every single one of them, even Trump, says democracy.
It's a direct threat to our democracy.
Yep.
And
yep.
That's the repeated thing they do on the Mockingbird media. All of
But
it.
have you heard Trump argue for a republic yet, though? Honest question. I'm not being combative. I'm asking an honest question. Have you?
I don't know.
You
really?
heard him say that he's fighting for a republic?
No.
No, he doesn't really speak in terms like that most of the time though. He'll say he's given it back and he's giving it back to the people. And I don't know. I don't know that I really paid attention to what he was specific republic or democracy or how he worded it, but I don't feel like I've heard him say that because that was totally one of those clips where you could see all the different news anchors saying it, and it wasn't any on the right side. Those were all on the left. It's a threat to our democracy, a threat to our democracy. It was the Mockingbird media, but like I said, it wasn't. No, not Trump.
Girl, even the people on the right in the media talk about a democracy. No one has mentioned a constitutional republic, including Trump.
He said one guy did, but it wasn't Trump.
That's an insult to mockingbirds.
It is mockingbird. And if this mockingbird don't sing, I'm gonna buy you a diamond ring.
Yeah, the mockingbird. It's always the mockingbird.
Mm-hmm.
Blondie died.
Is there a mockingbird in the 12 Days of Christmas?
Yes, sir.
Of course there would be.
No.
12. The 12 signs, the 12 apostles, the 12 of the zodiac.
Freaking
12 months.
Temperature.
Yes, indeed, the golden age.
Golden age. Something like that.
What'd you say, Cole?
I feel like there was something with the Golden Dawn. I don't know what it was, but
You know, I had a mockingbird in my house. Not this house, my last house, and it would mock my cat. And I had a very vociferous cat. You know, it's one of
your cat was vociferous, you say?
Was it macaque?
Was the cat first?
She was quite vociferous, Virginia. Trying to use throw some big words around here now.
Oh my goodness. I can't.
No, but she was. She was always going, yeah. And she had a certain meow. And there was a mockingbird in her yard that started copying her. It was crazy. Who was that laughing?
Me.
That was quite engrossing.
Yeah, it was.
No, I mean, you know, it's just some shit that happens when you have a house.
Subconscious laughing.
It really happened, I swear. Y'all think I'm lying.
Cat was on to something.
Nobody thinks you're lying, dude.
It wasn't a cat mocking a bird. It was a bird mocking a cat, my friend.
You know what? Birds are powerful, though. Birds are messengers. They are harbingers. They are smart as fuck. Now, cats are the superior animal. But still, you ever look at some of those videos where birds learn tasks and whatever?
Yeah,
homing pigeons.
Crows do that.
Mm-hmm.
I had a bird. It was a mockingbird, another mockingbird, different. Shit, I don't know. Maybe it was the same one. I don't know. But he would go, "You need surgery. You need surgery." Over and over again. I'm going, fuck. I didn't know I need surgery. And I did. I needed a hernia operation. And he never did that shit again. But he did for a while. It's going, you need surgery.
I thought that was on a fortune cookie.
Interesting.
Take that one back.
Fortune cookies.
Oh, it's the drummer. Okay.
Well, I was going down a rabbit hole before, but I didn't have enough time because I had to do the stream. But the whole Chester Bennington, I bet, Virginia's muted. I bet she knows a little bit about this. Maybe even any of you guys. Did you hear? So him and Chris Cornell, they say we're going to expose some stuff, and they both supposedly killed themselves, like exactly a year apart to date or some weird stuff like that. Anyways, the son did a live stream, which I don't know if he ever was into doing live streams or anything, but he's talking about because Kanye was tweeting about his dad's death and sex trafficking and stuff when it came to Kim Kardashian and his kids and a bunch of weird stuff. But the thing is, I only got about 20 minutes into a 2-hour video, so I could show you the 2 parts that caught my attention that are just a couple minutes long, but I didn't see the end of it. And I will watch it, but I'm not going to watch 2 hours on here, But I found it pretty fascinating, that I didn't even realize that he had his son. I can't imagine that, living in one of these conspiracies as a child of one of these people, and you're just like looking at it and you're like, holy crap, these people killed that or whatever. I just can't imagine. But
all right, well, show us like the first clip you got. I'm all about it. What you got?
Let's see. I don't know. Did I get the?
I do think all of this connects. Like, you've got to remember, all the celebrities, all the politicians, they all go to the same parties and meetings and whatever. So, yeah.
That's why you tune in to your local, tune in to hear your local artist, or tune in to hear your local celebrity. It's like they set whatever frequency they're putting out to a certain level. And then once you tune in, you're locked into a certain frequency with them.
And then you get reverberation.
And there may be some type of connection with that. I don't know.
I'd never even seen him before. What's that, Yorga?
I was going to say, I swear I talked to that guy at the store today. Same green hat, same mug.
It's like you go to a Whole Foods.
Same everything.
Well, the stuff with Chester Bennington is really interesting. Like, do you guys think that he's really the son of
I don't know who that is.
Like, look at him. side by
No,
side.
I mean, he talks about in this video here, he talks about who his parents supposedly are, and he didn't say that because I remember we just had this conversation, Virginia. I'll put the link of this in here too because I haven't even seen the end of it. I've just seen a couple parts, like a couple minutes of it that I know were like interesting at the minimum.
Word,
You know?
let's do it.
Like you're saying it to me and I don't know. And they were like,
he was freaking out because Kanye had tweeted something about his dad. He said, well, telling his friends, well, tell me, like, I don't even know. Tell me how. And then this is what his friends responded to him about these tweets.
Kanye West is tweeting that your dad was murdered and that they're going to murder him and that all these people are involved. And I'm like, cool. Okay. So I'm reading that correctly. You know, it's good to get a second pair of eyes on things.
Okay. What's that out? What's that right above his head?
And we're reading all of it.
Lincoln
as a group.
Park.
Does that say hybrid theory?
Yep.
Yep.
That's interesting.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
He goes into the spelling of Lincoln Park.
And as he's tweeting. So as he's saying things, I'm literally looking at them. So we're reading it. And we're like, wow, yeah, this is really interesting. You know, Kanye is a lot of things to a lot of people. And it's a spectrum. So we have to think about it like, okay, what is the truth here and what's not? What are some of the more like, you know, like what could be misinformation or what could be sensationalist? And we're just analyzing it, right? And we're watching it as he's tweeting it. And basically what he had tweeted was the Kardashians are part of a trafficking operation. They have involved his children. They have refused to let him see his children. But as a father, he realizes now that he has to go do the thing, which is, you know, retrieve his kids from the situation, even if it causes a problem. Okay. And it results in his death because if he goes and does this, somebody's going to have to kill him. And it's going to have to be Jay-Z. And he says that. And then he goes on to say that he's been betrayed by all these people. And he offers this list of like people who have betrayed him. And, it was like Playboy Cardi and Jay-Z.
Yeah, it goes into that for a while. And then.
Okay, so this is Chester Bennington's son.
Yeah. First time I've ever seen him.
Okay.
And this is going viral.
Yeah, so here's.
I don't even know who Chester Bennington is.
Have you heard of the band Linkin Park?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I did hear something about that the other day. Yeah.
So Chester Bennington was in Linkin Park, right?
Okay, yeah.
And he died, as well as the main dude from.
This the son of the guy that died allegedly.
Correct.
Yes.
Exactly. Yep.
And he's reading these tweets about his dad from Kanye, which is weird. And then he said all the things about the Kardashians.
Okay, now it makes sense.
The same people that killed him, or I don't know.
And say I'm crazy.
No.
Okay.
And so
they're down here, the Kardashians are workers and they traffic all of the black children.
Yeah, it gets
strategically produced. So he's claiming that the Kardashians catfished him, that they entrapped him, produced children from him, and now they're including them in trafficking operations. Okay, which is really strange because I think most of his kids are young, and in the betrayal tweet, he literally claims that his own kids betrayed him, and I think that they're all pretty young. Isn't North like the oldest? I don't know. I'm not that current. And so he says, you know, I'm gonna have to go get my kids, and I'm over it. They're gonna have to kill me. And he says, you know, I know that Jay-Z, Sean Carter, is running around right now like losing his goddamn mind because he knows he's gonna have to kill me. He's like, how am I gonna kill Kanye? How am I gonna do it?
The guy's out of his mind a little bit, but
payroll, which reads KK.
Oh man.
It also goes into everybody knows about it or something, and he's got to go. Oh man, I lost my spot because I literally after this I have no idea, and I can't just blind watch.
You were at 23-22 is where you were at, where we
about there, and in 26, not before 27.
So he's implying that all these people know what his children are being made to believe and do, and that the people in control of his children are trapdoor spider siren type individuals who run sex trafficking operation. Okay.
Wow.
He says they killed that boy from Lincoln Park, and he doesn't spell it Likin. He spells it like the original spelling. And a lot of people said to me, well, Jamie, that's autocorrect. He's not speaking in code. Kanye only speaks in code, dude. What are you talking about? That's all he does. That's the whole reason people think he's crazy, is because he says truth
while also being like one of the most heinous and obscene individuals on social media. Okay. So he spells it Lincoln as in Abraham Lincoln, as in Lincoln Park, and they're both capitalized, Lincoln Park. Now, yes, this could be an autocorrect error, but he's literally spelling out the original name of Lincoln Park. He's also alluding to the fact that Lincoln Park is a place. And he's also, by doing that, tying in all these other exploitative individuals into the idea of Lincoln Park. Yeah? And I don't think that was an accident. I don't think he just randomly did that. I don't think he was like, oh, yeah, Lincoln Park, and then texted it wrong. You know what I mean? There's a lot of very specific wording and all of the things that he said. Okay? And he says, they killed that boy. Okay? They killed that boy. He's saying that Chester knew that these things were going on, and they killed him. Okay? But I can't let my kids do this anymore. So regardless of whether or not I'm going to die, I have to go get them from this situation and extract them. Okay? And that's where all of this really congealed for me. I was like, okay, this has something to do with me. Later that evening, he stopped. Okay? He tweeted that Chester Bennington tweet at 3 p.m. Around 3 p.m. And by the end of the day, he was done talking. Okay? He said that at the end of all of this, he said, as soon as I mentioned sex trafficking, people are showing up at my door telling me I have to go to the hospital, telling me that they want me to go to this retreat. And he showed what retreat it was. And he said, isn't that funny? I tell the truth, and then people show up and they try to coerce me into believing that I'm insane and that I need help when I don't need help. And then
anyways, like I said, I haven't seen there's so much more to it and I haven't seen it all, but I found it interesting. And, you know, I just couldn't imagine being that guy, hearing all this stuff, and it's your family, you know?
Crazy.
Right. And I want to see the rest of it, but like it was literally, I was running out of time before I was getting ready to start this. So I just listened to as much as I could, grabbed a couple clips that were explained what his train of thought. And then, like I said, it goes on. There's no telling. He goes on to say, even if somebody else has a control of that account, well, what are they doing it for? I mean, you can tell the guy's been probably thinking himself to death.
Okay, well, you have a connection with people dying that were trying to say something, you know.
They were friends, right? Weren't he and Chris Cornell really good friends? And supposedly a lot of people believe they were getting together to do a documentary about children that were being abused.
Chris Cornell and him they were doing something about children trafficking, and then they both
just killed themselves a year apart. Yeah, that's what the story is.
Yep.
And all of this is all connected to the sex trafficking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because they were doing a movie about revealing it. They were doing a documentary because both of them had been abused in the system in some way, like allegedly. The dude that we just watched was the son of Podesta. Wait, hold on, Cola, help me. The Lincoln Park lead singer, Chester Bennington.
Yeah. I don't know. Like I said, you said so, and I've heard you, but
it's a conspiracy theory that
allegedly.
Yeah.
Okay,
and then the Soundgarden dude they were friends in the music industry, and they were doing this movie about where they saw what they saw with human trafficking, and then both of them
you heard what Kanye
said in weird ways, weird ways, right?
Kanye said they came to his house to tell him he needed to be on medication or whatever because he said those things. Like
go to the hospital.
That's the merciful thing. Like the other ones didn't get that option, I guess. They just hung them, and one of them wasn't. That's what I heard, which maybe it was just a rumor. You know, it was years ago. I heard that they both hung themselves, and exactly 1 year apart from each other. And it just, I know, whatever. It just seems like a really specific way to kill yourself. There's
It's
more
the
than one.
way they hang themselves. They're when you're in the mafia, if you get so Anthony Bourdain,
He was
Chris
not in there too.
Cornell, all of that. When you have like a red scarf, Robin Williams, whatever, it's a sign or a signal. You know how they say like symbols will be their downfall. That ties into that. And that symbolism with how those people were taken down and why, for whatever reason, like the red shoes, the red scarf, the red tie, the red towel.
Yeah, but who knows if they were even going to take him to a hospital, or if they did, what they were going to do to him once they got him there.
Bonnie, take who, because we've jumped around a lot. Take who to a hospital?
Was it Kenya?
Kanye.
Oh, yeah.
They've done it to him. They've done it. They've taken him more than one time and put him under, well, I think mind control, but they say, oh, they're helping him because he's manic depressant. But why do they strap him down and take him away? And then he comes out with bleach blonde hair and all weird, you know?
Okay, do y'all remember about 4 years ago when Kanye was all about Trump? He was wearing a red hat. He was going around. There were pictures of Kanye and Trump in the Trump Towers. And I'm talking like 4 years ago.
I saw just recently a video of it. And
then all of a sudden he's crazy.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I do. I just saw a video about him with meeting with Trump and his, like, how both of them, it was skewed, you know, somebody's opinion of things. But I remember he was weird. They asked him about, you know, this is somebody you can't shut up. And they asked him questions and he goes, I just want to get my picture taken. That was his response. He stood there with his bleach blonde hair next to the president, and everybody was asking him these questions, and he goes, I just want to get my picture taken. Like he was shy all of a sudden. Like, when is he ever
But
shy?
it was more than the picture, though. It was more than the picture. Like, he had, like, the MAGA hat going 5 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
2020 race. Kanye got shit on all over because he was buddied up with Trump. Then all of a sudden, he kind of looks like a crazy person with his wife, Bianca, and with the way he's acting. Okay. But go back to, like, 2020. I shit you not, man.
I remember.
Right? So is it the real one we're seeing now as far as MK Ultra? Because we started with Marilyn Monroe and all of that, right? Now, did they get to him? Does he have a handler? Has he been metaphorically replaced? Is he under some weird shit? You know what I'm saying, Andy? Like, Kanye was all about Trump. The election before the last one with Kamala and Trump, Kanye was all over MAGA, wearing the red hat, and there were meetings, and he liked the dude, and he was doing his
I remember that. Not to squirrel on you, but before I forget, speaking of taking people to meet the president, you know, Kid Rock facilitated a dinner between Bill Maher and President Trump, and it actually supposedly went well. And I think very soon Bill Maher's about to speak on it the first time. He's either, I don't know what he's going to say, but he said he'll be talking about it. I don't know. Then he's got a show, maybe his next show or something. But yes, Kid Rock loves Trump, but also likes Bill Maher, and he's talked to him several times, and they've had kind of debates about, you know, President Trump and whatever things. And he talked Bill Maher into going to the White House to meet with Trump, and he took him around and showed him some things about that he would probably never have access to otherwise. And they supposedly had a good time, but we'll see when he comes out.
I've seen shit on that with the dinner with Kid Rock. And
how weird, right?
I've seen, yeah, and I think it's freaking cool, man. Like, Bill Maher has been like, all right, yeah, I agree with them on this, and I see this on that, you know. I like him.
Deep down, he hates him.
Dude, Kid Rock played that piano, though. And did you see that clip where Kid Rock was playing Lady Roosevelt's piano? Like, he's a true musician.
Right.
he was playing that shit at that dinner, and he had a nice song, a respectful outfit, like whatever, like he honored the position he was in. I thought it was really cool. And that's the same thing Bill Maher was at. They've leaked a little bit of it as far as the combos, but
yeah, I don't know, man.
I'm just saying, I think Kanye, maybe he was, because going full circle back to MK Ultra, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Kanye came out in support of Trump like 5 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And in the last 5 years, he has declined mentally, and the way he presents himself, what he's doing, it's been weird. And they're presenting him weird.
Oh yeah, they're yeah, it's like a punishment sort of. And I don't know, man. It's all wild though. He's a little, they've messed with him, you feel like. I mean, nobody's that crazy. He was already a little crazy, but I feel like, yeah, he's afraid to be, you can hear him say several times when he does, go on and say a tweet or something, he is afraid that they're going to come get him and take him away. Like in laptops. Like can you imagine being like rich and
paranoid, or is he?
They've done it. I don't think I think it's irrelevant, because how many times they've done it, at least once, maybe twice to him. Like, you're just living your life and they decide, hey, it's a 5150. We don't trust that you'll make your right life. We're going to take you beyond your will into this place. You're going to have to stay here for 3 days, and we're going to make sure you're okay. But I feel like there's a certain place they take the stars. Like, it's like, specifically they do shit to them that they wouldn't do.
What about Team Britney, and what about Team Wendy Williams? Wendy Williams is getting fucked in the ass, no lube. All right.
Man, they came out and marched for her, girl.
Dude, Wendy Williams is one of those, what does she say? What is her thing where she does her hands? Cola, you know what I'm talking about. Damn it. Where
like
Wendy
Williams or something?
Yeah, she does her hand thing, and she's like, you know what I'm saying. But no, that Wendy Williams is it's same treatment as Kanye, the rest of them, right? Are they Britney Spears is a really good example. Are they Justin Bieber right now? So there's all this stuff coming about these Diddy parties and whatever. All right, now Justin Bieber is being made to look unhinged and wild and not trustable. But is that really what's going? Really what's going on?
Yeah.
Oh, Wendy, it's how you doing? How you doing?
Oh yeah.
You got to put the fingers out. How you doing? And she would give you the tea, right? She would spill the tea hot, and she spilled the tea with Diddy. She had Diddy on her show, and now all of a sudden she's 5150 throwing notes out to TMZ. Free somebody help you, right? How you doing?
Yeah.
So what about that? I mean.
Yeah, all I could think, I've got myself locked out of everything because I went looking, for that Britney Spears clip. I don't know if anybody, because as soon as I say it, people won't know what I'm talking about, but I'll never forget it. She is sitting in with the Barbara Walters. They're talking about the Timberlake stuff, and they're making her cry, and all this weird stuff's going on. And she says the word spasm twice, the spasm of events. And right when she says that, Britney Spears kind of like does this little thing, and she like lifts her head up to the sky, points to her chin, goes, "Strong, Britney," and then proceeds to like change.
I've seen this. I've seen.
Oh my god!
Like a handler, like trigger words, and they.
Oh my god! It's the crazy. I've never seen anything like that. It was specifically.
Yes.
She literally glitched on camera, and I was looking for it.
MK Ultra right there.
That really made me a believer because it was so.
The Mouseketeers.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what the Mouseketeers you've seen the movie Stand By Me, right?
Oh yeah.
Everybody's seen that. And then somebody one of them says at one point that, you know, they were so infatuated with what's her face from the Mouseketeers because the M and the E were so far apart, but it was her boob size. They're like, they're like, yeah, when the M and the E. All right, go ahead.
I don't know if this is it or not. It's just, I hope so. I hope she says.
I think it is, girl. I've seen that. I think it is.
Here that would test a lot of people. Illness in the family.
Annette, you're right.
Breakup.
Annette.
This spasm of publicity about what happened in
one time
from Mexico to London.
It was pretty rough. Yeah.
Here it goes.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Ah, weird. Hello. Oh my goodness. Hello. Ew. Strong Britney.
Strong Britney.
Yeah, it was a weird. Ew. I'm embarrassed. Can we?
Dude, play it again. Play it again.
She glitched out, didn't she? It was
Play
crazy.
it again. She broke. Like y'all in watching right now, look at the MK Ultra here with her.
Test a lot of people. Illness in the family. A breakup.
I think it's spasm.
Spasm of publicity about what happened in.
It doesn't.
Well, there was a noise.
It was pretty rough. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Ah, weird. Hello.
No, she heard something
Like
over her shoulder right there. She heard something over her shoulder. Go back.
Or something jumped in. It was another altar. Like it's like something
jumped in.
Over.
Girl, something jumped in.
Oh my goodness. Hello. Ew.
Yeah.
Hello. Ooh.
And then she says, "Strong Britney." She's telling
And
you
she's
which one it is.
here.
It's wild. She tells you who it is. It's Strong Britney.
Mexico to London.
It was pretty rough. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Ah, weird. Hello.
Dude, what is she replying to right there?
Hello.
Oh, weird. What is she replying to?
Something she heard, I guess. Yeah, it's pretty wild.
Yeah, it was a weird.
Bless her heart. Look at her face. Look at her breakdown. Her spirit.
It is real.
Oh my goodness, dude.
But like, I always think of that when I think
of something, and then she broke down.
Well, they were talking about the whole Justin Timberlake thing, and that's like, I don't know. I kind of believe. You remember, like, I remember this because I was a teenager when that video came out, and they had a fake Britney in that video, and he had the song "Cry Me a River," right? And it was a fake Britney cheating on him, and he broke up with her, and he sang to her "Cry Me a River." But the crazy thing is, the book that she wrote and the stuff she says, he cheated all the time, and she never really said anything, and she never did. And towards the very end, I think I don't even know. I think she, like, her version of cheating was kissing someone. So he's then slept with all kinds of people through their whole relationship. But he put that video out, and people just assumed that that's what happened because it was a video, and it was getting, and they dogged her out kind of, and it was never true. Like, it was a lot. I don't know.
Oh man, dude, I think
he did the interview, and they talk about this, and it was a weird time frame. I remember all that stuff. Yeah, pre-Britney.
Dude, for sure. Free Britney. She does say, no, like she looks over, like she reacts to some kind of stimulus over her shoulder. Like
It's to me, I've seen this thing I've watched it too much because I always think it's like an altar took over. It was like a trigger word, and then she tells you "Strong Britney" and points at herself. She's identifying herself. Hey, I'm a different lady. I took over, and it's creepy as hell. But I never can take it out of my head because I believe it. I do remember Amanda Bynes.
What if they're in her ear?
Yeah,
I know. I feel
Ear.
bad. Oh yeah.
Free Britney. Hashtag free Britney and free Wendy Williams and what did we say? The dude with the dude Selena Gomez's ex,
Justin Bieber.
Justin Bieber. Free Justin Bieber. Like these kids have been ruined.
Right.
Yeah.
I can't believe I got so lucky to find that clip. That's exactly what I was looking for, and I'll never. It freaked me out. Ever since I saw that, I believed the MK Ultra stuff from then on out. And then she's the one that's always. Remember, she shaved her hair off, and like she said something. She didn't want them. She's touching her head, and she's like, she doesn't want them something her. Well, probably like electroshock or something. Some kind of crazy stuff they did to this poor thing.
She looked like she broke out of the mental asylum, shaved her head, screamed freedom. And I'm dead serious though.
She asked these ladies to shave her hair off because she felt like that was a kick to their balls, and they wouldn't do it. So she takes their clippers. I'll do it myself. And she gets that god awful smile, like,
dude, that is so dark though. That is so dark.
She's probably on meds and everything else,
It was the meds, the electroshock therapy, the mind control, which is like a mesmerization, from Mesmer, like you're programmed, and then she comes out and she's like, "Fuck!" She's screaming for help. Oh, it breaks my heart, dude. It really does. And I don't even like her music. Like I was never a fan. I have zero Britney Spears records. Zero, commitment to her art, but I can see clearly what they're doing to her.
But I can't. Now you got me. I'm sitting here trying to think. Like, surely there were at least a couple good Britney songs. It wasn't. Oh my God, my friend used to hate on her so bad when we were young. She sounds like a chicken in that song. Oh, baby. I get sad because I liked her, but I wasn't like her biggest
what made her come out was, "Oops, I did it."
Yeah,
again.
that's pretty awful
That's
too.
what it was. And think about the pedophilia with that, though. Think about the pedophilia in her videos. The pedophilia factor with those.
Okay, I know what it is. I like Toxic. You remember that song?
Yeah, Toxic.
It wasn't bad.
Toxic,
it was probably
that was against Justin Timberlake.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm just saying the other ones you're naming were pretty horrible. Even that, you remember there was the girl, "I'm not a girl, not yet a woman" or something. I thought that was pretty awful too. I did, but
Yeah,
she did
very
have a
sex
couple
kitten,
good songs. Yeah, they say it's sex kitten programming. Yeah, we bored Yorga.
Hit me, baby, one more time, dude. Yes,
I never understood that one.
dude. Bless her fucking heart, man. I feel bad for Britney.
Me too.
I feel bad for her.
For all of them. And I was saying,
But she really did take the hardest fall though, like because she was so up high and she was the shit, and then just like they just left her, they just trashed her out, and did her dirty. But yeah, they all had it rough or whatever. But go ahead, Bonnie.
I just think several of them did. Even Lindsay Lohan, Miley Cyrus.
Yeah,
That's not a little way to get a view.
I'm sorry.
Miley Cyrus is a really good example, Bonnie, actually, as well as Lindsay. And what was that other one that I think it starts with an A? And
Ariana?
No, not Ariana Grande. But a lot of those Disney girls out really damaged, dude.
Selena Gomez and who's the other one? They were really close friends, and Danielle loved her.
There's so many of them. I know that the girl that played Kat with her or something like this, they had a little show together. Her and another girl. I can't think of her name either. My daughter liked her too.
You ever remember the movie? It was a Denzel Washington movie. It was called Fallen.
Oh my God, it's such a good movie, dude.
It's awesome. Such a good movie.
The spirit in that, the entity in that movie. If anybody hadn't seen the movie, it's not a spoiler or anything, but there was somebody executed at the beginning of the movie. Well, the spirit that inhabited him didn't die. It just went into whichever body it went to, and then if they touched the song. Yeah, time is on my side. But the entity's name. The entity's
It was
name
so
was
creepy and good though.
Yeah, it was. Every time they hit you on the, like touch you on the shoulder.
I didn't know that, Yvette. I gotta write that down because if I don't, I will totally forget it. I don't rewatch this stuff.
Josh and Binford, you're correct. It was Amanda Barnes.
No.
Or Brew W, sorry. Josh and Brew. Yes, it was Amanda Bynes. Yes. Where she just went.
Yeah, okay.
But that movie, What Life, that you're talking about, Fallen, that shit is freaking deep, dude. Because it's like one touch on the shoulder and they pass the demon on, you know?
That's how it is. The MK Ultra could go so far. It's just that simple touch or that nod or that trigger to create such a scapegoat or a patsy. And even the term Azazel, you can look it up. I think it's Leviticus 16:8. It mentions where Aaron casts his lots of two goats, one for the Lord and the other for Azazel. A term, I guess, kind of loosely translated to scapegoat, where the term scapegoat would come from.
See, I always thought it was more of a demonic possession, like a demon was going body to body. I never thought of
well, they were.
It made me think about all that when you was playing that Britney Spears clip, and it, like you said, almost like something entered her or something like that. It made me think of that movie Fallen and all of that.
Yeah, you know, I don't have this either, but it really is similar to the Beyonce clip where she talks about Sasha Fierce coming into her body, and she says, I put my hands up like this, and then she takes over, or she comes in or something. And I just, as soon as I do that, I'll lock my computer up. But it's so similar to what happened to Britney right in front of her faces. It's like something's going on there. You know, it's like I asked her to come in or something. I'm like, I'm sorry, but like, I'm not doing that. Anytime people talk about astral projecting, I'm like, you're freaking nuts. Because even if you pull it off, right, you leave your body and you go remote view, or you go, your umbilical cord is attached to your soul and you're just out floating around. Well, now a demon comes in your body and you try to get back in and he's done took your spot. Like, I know maybe people think I'm crazy, but I think it's crazy to even consider leaving your body. You know what I mean? Like, even if
it just depends on how strong the temple is. If you got the temple locked up and secured, you can go to the market, no worries. You know what I mean?
You're right. And where do you go when you dream? And don't you have to have a secure temple or a secure third eye or a secure foundation there somewhere, right? Because you go somewhere when you
There's
sleep.
always unchecked spirits.
Always. So the only way is to know.
But definitely, you venture off in anything, or even like a rabbit hole. You may just start seeing stuff you probably just didn't want to know at the moment, you know, or how big or how small it may be.
Right. That is so messed up. And you know, circling again, like what they did to Britney, and people we can see obviously, like Marilyn Monroe, they used a combo of mental forces, pharmaceutical forces, shaped our reality around those people. But think about the reality of it, man. These were human beings completely exploited. And like, can you imagine being that bitch where your name was Norma Jean, but they split your personality and made you Marilyn Monroe, and now you are this, and that is what you will always.
Where did that name come from? Where did Marilyn Monroe? Who thought of that, or where did that?
By the they.
Well, I find that subject, I don't know what it is, but I've read so many books about her, like over and over, because there's something about the way different people see different things in her, but she's only one person. There's a documentary like My Week with Marilyn, and that alone is its own thing. It's like, it's weird, but there are some things that ring true always about like her relationship with her mother and her feelings towards her mother.
Do you think she had a split personality? I've seen that, My Week with Marilyn. Very good. Do you think that they split her?
I think they did. They tried to do something. I think they tried to program her to. I think she was. What are the odds? All the powerful, important men. Now I get some of them were just execs, and she was getting on movies and things. But she also slept with the president at the time, his brother, and then not only that, but like somebody from another. She like some other foreign prime minister or something. Like, what are the odds of that? You're just some chick, right? You've been in a couple movies. They were using her for purposes and she didn't even know, and she had nobody to really protect her. Like okay, one of the other things that's always it translates in each version of a book about her was this one period of time she had this lady that was like an acting coach, and it would piss off whatever producers or whatever because she would ignore the director to look over at this lady. And if that doesn't sound like a handler, and this is every version of, they always write about this one time period. Eventually she got to where she couldn't have her anymore because, you know, these men don't want some other woman on the set making it harder for them. They want to, it's just a lot though. Like it is fascinating. I do think that they at least attempted, right? What are the odds of all these people she ended up connected to? It was just, and then untimely death as well.
Okay, so people you're connected to is the big thing. In my head, like, do you think they're chosen at a random, like some random person could have been Marilyn, or that it's
she sought after it. She definitely sought after it. She was gorgeous, and she had to fight through different situations, and she was her own PR at the beginning. Like some of that stuff was like impressive. You know, she like, there was a scandal. She had these nude photos and they were like trying to get her to lie. And she was like, I just think I should just say I did it. I did it and they are me. And that was like unheard of, right? But she did it and it went over well. And it was like her call, and she's just some nobody.
But was she weak? Like, why did she fall for it? Jeff B, I have a full half moon of crack. You're welcome. I grow from under, but I'm saying, like, do you think that she was picked for it, or
I don't know. I think
random.
I mean, either way, if you look into her back and forth out of foster care and all the things, like some of the time she got kicked out was because of she was getting sexually SA'd by some of these people, you know. And she'd get thrust back into the foster care system, and she finally married somebody at like 16 years old or 15 or 16 to just not be put into the state's care anymore. You know, that's a lot just for one little, and she's not even nowhere near famous at this point, you know. And she was unhappy that
look at the mirror of her would be Anna Nicole Smith.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting.
They're kind of like a mirror of each other, right?
I feel like they tried to work with that programming too, like somehow, because she was already into it. Like she looked up to Marilyn Monroe and tried to be her, you know. And they used that programming, I'm sure.
All right. Well, Indy says Drew Barrymore. Now, the Barrymore family went back into Hollywood for decades.
Mm-hmm. And before that, Judy Garland.
Yeah, longer connection.
Yep.
Yeah.
Garland wasn't Liza Minnelli.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Her daughter.
Yep.
Yes.
And look how. Yeah.
Look what they did to them, though.
Yeah.
Look into what they did to Judy Garland now. No.
But yeah, I saw a clip of Drew Barrymore, real young, talking about, I'm a Barrymore. She's like a real little, and she says some alcoholic drink. But that was the truth. Like, we all know that now, that Drew Barrymore's drinking, probably doing all kinds of different drugs, smoking cigarettes.
She was a baby.
Doing it all, because she's the Barrymore.
Yes. All these parties. She was finishing up their empty glasses. She was getting fucked up. Straight up. And her mom kind of, because I think the dad was where the Barrymore came for her legacy, but the mom was raising her, but still put her in that society. And, you know, they're all connected, you know, but the fact is she didn't even have to ask for it. It was already there. And so people like Marilyn Monroe, well, I'm not sure where she's connected before that. It just kind of seems like Norma Jean Baker came out of somewhere. And, we can see where Barrymore came from. Where did Norma Jean come from? Or
she was the perfect candidate because her mother had schizophrenic tendencies. Her grandmother died in a straitjacket after like days in a straitjacket. Like, it's some crazy stuff when you really see her history. Like, she was the perfect, she could have been chosen, but I don't know. I feel like it was a culmination. I feel like she sought after something and she fit the prototype all at the same time. And she was, honestly, the truth is she was sleeping with a lot of them. Like, she wasn't dumb. The casting couch.
Was she the agent provocateur?
Where's your at? He would love it.
I know, but I'm being serious though. No. If you get to the point where you're sleeping with presidents, she slept with JFK and RFK. When you're at that level, right? You're not an agent provocateur.
Right.
You're married to Joe DiMaggio. You're right, Mike B. Yeah. She got around. She's crafty. She gets around. She's crafty. And she's always down. She's crafty. She's got it right. She's crafty. She's just my type. She's crafty. Dun, 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 dun. That's for all you Beastie Boys fans. But I'm saying, like,
good night, Wildlife.
Good night, what? Is it just coincidence she was that girl? That agent provocateur?
I really don't know on that. I mean, I feel like it could go either way.
What do you think, Bonnie? Was Marilyn Monroe like an innocent victim?
Well, if she was connected with, did you see on that card? It said U.S. Army.
Mm-hmm.
And didn't y'all say something about the CIA?
Yes, absolutely. That
if she was an agent, and she was with the two brothers, I think she knew too much. I think
right.
What they call it, sex talk, pillow talk.
Well, they say that they can pull that off as far as the programming, that they can have someone. If you want to come back, you can.
Come back, Watt! Hurry up! There's only so much bacon grease. Come on.
Oh, I lost my train of thought. It really wasn't important, but
well, the CIA with Maryland, it's an interesting thought of what.
Could she have done it without knowing? Do you think she could have been and not even known that? Oh, I was saying that they say you can be like that you can be programmed. A person could be programmed to be like a human tape recorder, because it's like you have these different, one splits off, and this is capable of things that your regular personality isn't. And I don't know. I'm just saying, could it be that she was both? She was an agent, but she also didn't even know it. Like, there's
so maybe like a useful idiot.
Yeah, kind of, pretty much.
But then it gets to a certain point, and you got to go.
Yeah.
Well, she drank all the time, and she was really depressed, and so she got with the last man she was with. That he was a whole lot. But I don't think she ever really was over DiMaggio. And also, who was the other? Frank Sinatra were the two great loves of her life. And she would, if they would call, she would stay on the phone for 2 or 3 hours, and she'd be in such a good mood for like hours after it. But most of the other time, she just stayed in a room and drank a lot. Like, I don't know. I just feel like she wasn't happy. So maybe she didn't even know what all she was. I don't know. It's a lot. I've definitely found it interesting. I try to look from all the different viewpoints when it comes to her, because it's amazing that she was so famous and so well liked by so many people and such a miserable person at the same time. Like, she was so unhappy. Even when everything got better for her, she was still unhappy. And it's just kind of tragic. You're like, damn, what could you have done? And she died young too, which I don't know.
Looking for something, you know.
They always say she just wanted respect and she never got it. Like, she wanted to be like valued as an actress, like a real actress, and she was more like just looked at for being sexy or pretty or whatever, and that's not what she wanted, but it's what she got. They kept casting her in certain roles and stuff. But
she got chewed up and spit out. A lot of people are like Britney, you know, we're full circling again, like they get chewed up and spit out. And they have some purpose in the grander scheme, but their actual selves, it's pretty freaking sad, dude. It really is. I think that she...
I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Bonnie. Yep.
Anne keeps saying that JFK Jr. real mother was Marilyn Monroe.
Okay, so John F. Kennedy Jr.'s real mother was Marilyn Monroe. Okay, so John F. Kennedy Jr.'s real mother.
And if he was taken from her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. John F. Kennedy Jr.'s real mother was Marilyn Monroe, and wouldn't you be sad?
Wouldn't that mean John F. Kennedy's son was from Maryland, basically, or daughter? Like, they had a baby together, but I didn't ever hear. I've heard that she had a baby or something, and it died. I don't know, something when she was 18, and they forced her to not keep her, and she had to give her up for foster care. But then I've also heard that wasn't true. But I didn't think she had children, but maybe she did. I don't know.
So saying that like Jackie O didn't have children? I'm trying to. Okay, so Anne. So Jackie O would only be, I think, Catherine or Kathleen or something was the name of the little girl. Kennedy Jr.'s real mother was Marilyn Monroe.
Wouldn't that be something?
Okay, yeah, I'm trying to wrap my head around that idea. That's a new one.
What
Marilyn Monroe.
You know how they won't release all of it?
Right.
What if?
All the files, yeah.
Anything's possible with all of them. Anything. Nothing would surprise me.
Okay. Okay. So Junior was a love child of Marilyn. We need some dates here. What date did Marilyn Monroe die versus the birth of John? Yeah. Well, I guess John would have been a couple of years old because Marilyn died around the same time as RFK, right? Me no math. I'm just talking out loud, trying to figure this out. Yeah, we know that might be. Liza Minnelli is Judy Garland's daughter for sure. As far as John being Marilyn Monroe's son, that's a new one. Trying to figure out the years here. I don't rule anything out, so I'm not shitting on the theory at all. because I don't rule anything out. I don't think the Obama's kids are their kids, for example.
Right. She said just like Kennedy Jr. had to marry Caroline and never loved each other.
Had to marry Caroline and never loved each other. Why would well, but they didn't have kids. So John and Caroline died in that plane crash. Why would it matter if they loved each other or had kids? And
you see what John Denning said?
Absolutely. Yep.
Ooh.
Bloodline of Jesus. Absolutely. The obelisk and the grail. Okay, wait. Anne says Kennedy Jr. been with Diana. Oh, okay. We're splitting off here. Kennedy been with Diana and have a daughter and took her 2 sons with her. Wait a second.
RFK was born
John was with Princess Diana. They had a daughter. Took her 2 sons with her too. So, Anne, I've heard that Kennedy Jr. and Princess Diana may have a daughter. I have heard that theory. Kayleigh McEnany, I've heard come up in this. Saying that he didn't die. John didn't die. I'm not opposed to that theory at all. Like Kennedy Jr., his biggest enemy at the time was Hillary Clinton. So possible he faked his death? Yes. As far as
JFK was born November 25th, 1960. Okay. Hang on to that date.
So he was just about under 3. He was 2 years, 11 months, and 27 days to his father's assassination.
Marilyn Monroe died August 4th, 1962.
62. So, okay. So that would not seem to add up.
Why?
As far as Marilyn Monroe being the mother, assuming they died on those dates, because we could say Marilyn never died. But, okay. Tennessee says Barron looks a lot like Diana. Okay, so that's another theory out there that Barron Crump is Princess Diana's son. Okay. Okay. Heard that one. What year? So Barron. Okay, so Diana died in 97 or 8, and Barron was born around. Let's see. He's how old is he? Barely 18 or 19. So in the 2020s. The years are wonky on that.
Let's see. It doesn't give her date of death. How weird. It does not give her date of death.
There's secrets with that. There's no doubt. There's definitely a lot of conspiracies. I saw someone once that had 3 different versions of what could have happened to her, and none of them were good. And it was like they all made sense. You just never know.
Right. It said it was buried September 6, 1997, but it did not get a date of death.
I think it was August.
It says born July 1st, 1961, and then buried September 6, 1997.
Dude.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Buried. Yeah. But it doesn't say like a death date.
Nope.
Interesting. Okay. Okay. Huh. Well, and I mean, I've read the book about Barron Trump, the last president.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy stuff.
It's a trip for sure. It's a good read. It's short. Y'all can find it on archive.org. So we got John Dunning bringing time travel. If Barron is ancient royalty, he's time traveling. Night Indy.
It's born 2006. Yeah.
So what if these folks figured out a way to pass their DNA and kind of like clone in essence, and we're looking at this on a simplistic form, like, all right, it's impossible because you have to, sperm and egg and the way procreation is. But what if these people figured out a way to extend that or recreate that that's not of our knowledge base?
Well, they can freeze anything.
So we can't rule it out.
Artificial insemination.
Yeah, artificial. Dude, they've been doing that for a grip, right?
Right.
If you think about that, that's a trip. Watch a video of that and the needle that goes into this tiny egg. Every woman spits out an egg during menstruation. It's invisible. It's like barely the tip of a pencil. And they have figured out a way to inject this with a needle smaller than that. And you can even make a child with 3 persons' DNA in it at this point. 3 or more. So maybe they could do it back in the day. Brew W says, I think Junior is still alive. So do you think that people fake their deaths?
That's a whole other topic. Like, people say it about Michael, Diana. I've heard all kinds of stuff, especially Tupac back in the day. But I don't know if I believe it.
Group has been protecting the Grail all this time, so the imposters wouldn't take them.
Okay, John Dunning, what is the Grail? A group has been protecting the Grail. What is the Grail?
He said it back up here. Where'd it go? Some say there is a bloodline of Jesus, the Grail.
Right, but is the Grail the womb, the bloodline of Jesus? Exactly. That's what I'm asking. Because a lot of people see the Holy Grail as a cup, but what if it is the bloodline, the cup, which is the womb, right?
there's also a lot of stuff about the Ark of the Covenant in the JFK files. It's like you wouldn't expect that to be in there, but there's a lot of that. And
they did say like some CIA shit where they found the Ark of the Covenant.
Yeah.
Came in, but like it's supposed to be the seat of God. I'm asking with a question mark, like, so when they say we found the Ark of the Covenant, what is that exactly? Some say it's where like God, the seat of God. Some say it's where the 10 Commandments were transported. That's how that happened. Or like, what do we mean by the Ark of the Covenant? What does that mean to you?
Said are the body, and then Ridge Runner said our bodies are the temple. And said they are in the bloodline. I think she's talking about the Kennedys.
Yeah.
They use surrogates for the bloodlines. Bats. I've never seen that one before. Hello. And get another family to raise those kids. That's how they protect the blood.
Our bodies are a temple. That's the answer, Tennessee. Mary Magdalene might be that it's really deep. Magdalene, you break it down as magi, a woman of magic, but she is called the whore and various other things, right? Surrogates, Bats 88. Very interesting concept. Somebody get into the homunculus rabbit hole. Anyone who hears this word and is inspired, look into that. It's the root of alchemy and creating life. Surrogates, bloodlines goes into that, Baz.
Jesus was the last convict man. God made a covenant with Abraham.
Not to devolve the conversation or anything, but we actually talked about before Pamela Anderson's like embrace of like no makeup and just being herself and all this. And there's this short clip, her with what's her name? Jamie Lee Curtis. I know people were talking about her just a week or two ago about her being born a hermaphrodite, which is a whole nother topic, but I'm just
right. Jamie Lee is a hermaphrodite. She admitted it. Yep.
Bless her heart. I'm really loving Pam Anderson being all the way natural and like I'm sure she gets people talking smack and she's like, so what? I just like it. She seems so much more authentic now than she ever was. But
my first audition was Naked Gun.
Really?
Yeah. It just kind of happened. So I didn't have to lie. Even though they did think I was lying because actually I used to be in a jazz band. I play saxophone and I used to
Okay.
Wait a second.
Stop.
No, and I did all the scat
Okay,
solos.
everybody just stop. Let's just stop for a second. Hold, please.
A little cool train
You
for
may
you.
now begin to say that again. You played saxophone
in high school. And I did all the scat solos. And so in the movie, in the Naked Gun movie, I have to sing.
Happening?
I have to sing. I do a scat solo. And so I remember telling him, I in junior high did all the scat solos, and Keith was just like, no, do one now. I was like, Scooby Doo and Dibby Doo and Doo da da da. I just started scatting. And I got the part. Woo!
What the fuck is happening?
I think she looks really good. Like she's like authentic,
I do too. I have mad respect, man. She was like the Playboy model. She was the replacement for Marilyn Monroe and what's her face that died with the old man husband.
Anna Nicole, the
Thank
old
you,
man.
Nicole. Like they were all in that in that thing, right? But she is doing it with grace. Just dude, you see these young girls even with all this filler and makeup shit and like stuff in their eyes and whatever. And she is doing it with dignity and respect for just the stage of her life. You know, she got dogged hard with that sex tape with her husband Tommy Lee, with all that. You know, she's gone through the ringer. Everybody has seen her tits. Everybody has seen her suck a dick. Everybody has seen all of it. And she's going down being like, dude, I'm not going to buy into, you know, the artificial thing. This is what it is. Look, compare it to Madonna. Looks like a demon, a gargoyle, right? And this lady is all, you know what? I had it hot. I had my moment. I did my thing. This is me now. And love it or leave it. I respect the shit out of it.
Yeah, and she seems much more happy. And no, she did when she was all made up and fake. I don't know. Oh, yeah. It might be coming in with Pamela Anderson facts.
Yeah.
He's got her back.
The first Under Siege. Huh. No, she was good. We all think about Baywatch, but you know what? She's done it gracefully over the years. I really do respect it, man. I really do. And
They
we
did
see,
do
so Colo, we talk about these celebrities like, you know, Diddy and all their connections and whatever. There are certain ones that you never see that are true A-list, true artists, like, let's say, Liam Neeson. You know, people like that where they're not in that. You never, ever see them on some bullshit, whatever. And Pamela Anderson, actually, she has some friends in Hollywood and connections, and I've seen little clips where it's like, dude, I respect her. I love her. Like, she's a real person. And you'll find that. You don't see even Christian Bale or Colin, couple of Collins or whatever. Like, there's a few Collins, you know.
I heard Colin Farrell was
you never hear them being perverts and shit, right? You really don't.
That's the one video that I sent you, Cola, is about how Val Kilmer and Mel Gibson, like their movies, it's like their movie career ended like in the late 90s, early 2000s, like they were blacklisted. And he's saying, why did this happen suddenly when they were like in major roles in these movies and then suddenly not? And I don't know if I think I watched the whole thing, but I was like, this is right up Cola's alley.
Well, you don't hear them coming out acting stupid, even like Morgan Freeman, black man in Hollywood, and he's like, y'all don't be stupid. So yeah, like a lot of Hollywood, it's in these weird sex, weird shit, but the ones who don't come out with some political or ideological tomfoolery, they're consistent and pretty solid, you know?
Yeah.
True, Mike B. And Haish. Bless. R.I.P. Yep.
Yeah, there were some weird stories about that one. like her driving her car into people's house or something, and then she popped up on. Everybody saw these things. That's what's crazy is I know that's who I'm talking to is a bunch of people that saw her pop up on up like that. Like what? And they just shove her back down and push her in the ambulance. You never hear from her again. Like what's going on? But she also, another incident before that, she went in people's homes and she like went to sleep in there, did some weird thing. And this is like, it's weird because celebrities have done, there's more than one story like this, where they just go in and act like it's their home and people are like, leave me alone, weirdo. But she really did do that. Said she was from aliens or something, all kinds of weird stuff in that one.
There's this preacher that he breaks down things like that. And he did a deep dive into it, and he tells every detail. And she was actually connected to that house. The previous owners or the owners at the time, there was some connection of her to that house. But he broke it all down where it went a whole lot of other things before that revelation. And I was just like, whoa. This is crazy. And even the house number had a meaning, and the name of the street and all of it was like connected together.
Yeah. There's some, I mean, you know what gets me, and I shouldn't, I mean, there's certain people that I feel like I want to like them. I want to think they're good because of this situation or that, but it's like, you also know that there's no way that they are. But they're like, the best kind of bad, if that makes sense, you know, like Johnny Depp, you know, he's tied to all these people like Marilyn Manson, who's not necessarily bad. He's just Marilyn Manson and Hunter S. Thompson and people like that. But then when he goes in that case against Amber Heard, he was actually, I heard those tapes. He was the nice one in that relationship. Like she was awful. And it's like, I don't know. I want to believe that he's a good guy, but I know he probably isn't. Just based on.
Well, Johnny had his moments where he was extra, right? But we all know that women can be abusive. And so looking at the whole grand scheme, like, yeah, he had his moments. He said some things where like, oh shit, dude, come on, right?
Dude, that whole thing, like
really, I love me some Johnny. Team Johnny.
Do you remember? Okay, so this was the thing for me, one of the many things. This actually went into court and everything. She set up a camera to record him because he was upset about something that had nothing to do with her. He found out, the cabinets incident, right? Cabinet gate. No. He beats the cabinet. Beats the hell out of his own kitchen cabinets, and she like jumps in because she's trying to get under his skin. And he's like, did something happen to you? That's exactly what he says to her because he's upset about what happened to him. And then he goes over and he picks up that bottle of wine, his big ass, I swear, what I actually had gifted to me.
And he was,
a redneck wine glass. I'm telling you, that was a redneck wine glass. I had one gifted to me. It is literally a candle holder.
It's all good.
Yeah, that's huge ass. And they called it a mega pint in the courtroom. It became a thing. It's like, oh, I poured a mega pint, and it became a thing. But she was setting him the way that she set that camera up while he was mad about something else and tried to bait him. And when he finds the camera, if he was really abusive, he'd have backhanded the shit out of her on film. Like that's what an guy does. No, you're recording me. Like he was just shocked. He was like, "Are you?"
Did you watch the courtroom? They were showing the shit on the bed, and he started laughing. Like, he was laughing. The whole thing. Like they were like, "So, sir, you found a pile of poo." And then he was trying to keep a straight face. He's like, "Yes, sir." Yeah,
he was being funny through that.
You know?
You had no choice but be on this guy's side. He's like, she tried to blame it on the dog. The dog's like little in the crime scene. He's smaller than that.
Yeah, the dog did it for sure. Totally.
Yeah, that's what I would have said if I shit on somebody's bed. That was crazy.
I mean, here's the thing, like men, proving abuse in our society, usually the woman gets the sympathy vote, like where, oh, it must be the woman being abused.
Unless they're as awful as Amber Heard, and then
Right,
that's what happened.
and then
It was that bad.
and then I think that's why he got so much sympathy and some of the funny affection. You know, it's like, dude, this bitch was fucking crazy.
So crazy. So I do have a 1 minute clip of him with Thompson, and that's what triggered me to even say, like, I want to like him, but then you see these dark connections. But it is what it is. This is the mind. What'd you say?
I love this shit. Like, Johnny Depp is an OG for those of us that love the 80s. He's like the guy. He is.
That's something that cringy bitch tried to say. He convinced the world he had scissors for hands. No, bitch. We freaking knew that it was the movie lady. We just like that was a bad defense. I couldn't believe she said that.
I'm going 21 Jump Street. 21 Jump Street is when I fell in love with Johnny Depp. And that's
I mean, I lived with Hunter in his spider riddled, gunpowder, filled basement for months on end. And I sponged him, and I told him, I am sponging. I'm sponging.
I'm soaking everything up.
I'm soaking everything up,
He committed suicide at 67.
Yep.
And famously left a suicide note, it is said, I didn't see it, that after 50, and almost
outer, filled basement for months on end. And I sponged him, and I told him, I am sponging. I'm sponging.
I'm soaking everything up.
I'm soaking everything up,
He committed suicide at 67.
Yep.
And famously left a suicide note, it is said, I didn't see it, that after 50, and almost as if, and I didn't understand that.
No, Hunter felt he'd lived like 30 years too long.
Yeah, 17 at least.
Yeah. He just felt that,
27.
Exactly. And he was at that point. And, for those of us who knew him, we knew all along that would most likely be the way he would go. So it wasn't, it's all.
That's really it. But his big bulky rings reminded me of another part in that trial where she said he always had fistfuls of rings. Always had these fistfuls of rings. Almost never didn't. He always did. All the time he had them. But then claimed he hit her. And it's like, man, if he was wearing those rings, lady, and he hit you like you said he hit you, there would be something on your face. And it's like little things like that. She kept hanging herself. Oh, yeah, he's rings on every finger. He always wears them. Oh, but except the day that I said that he hit me. She was just full of shit. It was pretty wild. Okay. And then what really did it for me, before I ever saw anything in the court trial, I heard those tapes. And I heard her saying, oh, I didn't hit you. I punched you. Or I didn't punch you. I hit you. I don't know which way it went. But, get out of here. And then she goes on to say, what are you, Johnny Depp, going to say that I abused you?
Right.
Oh, I wanted to abuse her. I was like, what a bitch. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to beat you and you can't tell on me. Like, she's a psychotic lady. I could not believe
she is. You can see in her face for sure. And I'm sure he had a temper. Okay. So, I'm sure that he said and did things and threw glasses and all the things that we saw with a little bit of video and his temperament, whatever, right?
His response
no doubt that he had a temper, but
he's like, yes, I assaulted some
she wasn't crazy.
That's what I'm saying. He has said, I assaulted some cabinets. He was like pointing out, cabinets, inanimate objects. I didn't assault her. But yeah, you got me. I assaulted some cabinets.
Exactly.
In that moment, because we've all been upset, what he found out was he'd been screwed over for money. Here he is, Johnny Depp, and he's supposed to be living good life, and he finds out people are screwing him over, and that's what set him off on those cabinets. Had nothing to do with her. Did I see Elon's had another Tesla? I did not see that, but that's kind of funny. I hope not, Brew. Because we all know about her.
Well, have we seen her in anything since?
No, they pretty much. I wouldn't want her in. People
Well,
are going to think about her shitting in the bed. That's what they're going to think when they see her. I totally missed a Riz Flex about the global updates and stuff, but it's like 15 minutes long. I wish I would have got in there and got a couple little small clips from it, because I don't even know. But she's ahead of it. Like, she'll tell you before anybody else does. And it's crazy when you think about it, because she's not even a news channel. She's just some lady on YouTube that apparently just gets the scoop quick, you know? She's looking for it.
Which scoop?
Well, it's this. I'm talking about that Riz Flex girl. She's always on it with the arrests and the global updates. And I wish that I would sit and and write it all down, because I will hear all these different names, and it's always it's either child porn on their laptops, or it's abuse for kids, you know, and it's a lot, like senators, politicians, this person, that person, and it's like even down to Jean-Claude Van Damme and stuff. And I'm like, if you add it all together and look at it as a bigger picture, it does seem like they're going after these types of people once again, back to Dan Bongino saying they're not doing it. A lot's happening behind the scenes. I wouldn't be surprised if that's some of the things, because of her. Like, she's always covering that type of stuff, and you can't cover it if it's not going on, you know. Nobody cares if it's
but can you you said you can't cover it if it's not going on. Have you seen clips of The View? You know what I mean? They can cover, quote unquote,
people being arrested, like, because the thing is, what I mean by that, like, a lot of times it seems like it's like all hush hush. You don't hear it out of the news, but she's covering it, and she's like, hey, by the way, you know, because it's like somebody that worked at Google, or a freaking politician or something, not any real. Yeah, there you go. Echo's got Riz Flex. I wonder which one is that, just her channel or the one that I was thinking of. Like, I'm like expecting her to read my brain here.
She could have it. You never
I'll
know.
tell you which one it is. I'll look at it right now. It's brand new. And that's what happened. I didn't have really enough time. Wait, that says, okay, let's see. Live 5 hours ago. Global updates, so many arrests, it says. It's 15 minutes long. And I don't know who the main people were. Once again, dude, the comments. I so agree with you on that, Virginia. I always, if I see a funny video or something, if I'm interested even in the slightest, I cannot move on until I read all the comments. I got to go through and just see. And some of them are funnier than the video. They're talking about.
I mean, there's bots in there, but you can get an idea.
Mm-hmm. Supposedly going after these rings and taking them out. I heard her talking about the Finger Lakes, because I was like trying to watch it, but I was trying to get here too at the same time. Man.
So Ann Garvey says, I pray it isn't the real Elon and no chip for me. Sorry. And hopefully cloned, don't you?
No chip for me either.
Well, I prayed isn't the real Elon and no chip for me.
Huh, probably the same one I'm talking about then, Echo. I'll be damned. She really did do it. The one she watched today. I mean, it was 5 hours ago. It was a live stream today. But yeah, I just don't know how she gets the information so quickly. I think a lot of people, like one of them was the Maui police chief. And I mean, some people did cover it, but like I said, if you put it all together, it starts to paint a bigger picture, and you're like, man, something is going on. What are the odds that all this happens at the same time, or very close to each other, if not at the same time? You know, within 4 or 5 months, you know, a bunch of different people that are all, I don't know. We'll see. I guess we'll see.
Yeah. Element of we'll see for sure.
Sorry, go ahead.
I don't rule out anything, but I still want to see. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. I am curious why they're saying, I guess something came out about Ryan Reynolds being gay or something, because Candace Owens covered a Family Guy talking about it back in the past. Apparently, I figure because of something that's happening now, but I don't know what. I don't know if anybody's heard, but it's just a short anyways with, like I said, it was Candace Owens who shared it.
From 2011, Peter becomes uncomfortable with Ryan Reynolds' flirty behavior, strongly hinting at Ryan being gay.
Oh, Peter, Moroccan food is the jizz. Hey, do these pants look all right? Sometimes I put them on and I'm thinking I look all balls.
No, I think you're good.
You think my balls are good? You're so weird. It's awesome, though. Here.
Oh, that's okay.
Come on, you'll love it. Just a taste.
Oh, no.
That was intense, what you just did. Whoops. Whoa, freeze frame. What's gonna happen next? Peter, I'm not gay. What the hell's the matter with you? Look. Let me put it to you this way. I'm attracted to you in the way that a man is attracted to a woman. But I'm not gay.
I don't know why Family Guy knows so much and why The Simpsons knows so much, but yeah, it's weird.
That's what I'm saying.
And with all the Blake Lively shit, like all that drama is hilarious. Yeah, Ryan Reynolds is kind of gross.
I remember a Family Guy where they had, who was it? Stewie was running through the mall, and he was a baby on the show, saying he escaped from Kevin Spacey's basement. And like that happened before the stuff came out about Kevin Spacey. Like the episode happened first. It's like, how do they know this shit?
Yes, that is so dark.
But I don't know what happened with Ryan Reynolds recently at all. I don't know. I just saw that. So I saw that before.
You haven't seen the Blake Lively drama with the co-star?
It's all over. I think I haven't really dug into that. I've been into everything else.
I watch a couple of gay dudes and they break it down, and it's very interesting. It's not gay necessarily. It's just like how Hollywood uses, like some of the couples that you see are not real couples. They're just serving each other and doing what they got to do to get where they're going, but they're playing a role even in their marriages in the public stage. And check that out, like the stuff with Blake Lively, Ryan Reynolds, and there's her co-star in this movie recently. It's been a thing in like the T channels, girl. The T channel.
I never do.
It's in there somewhere.
It's always like something else going on. Like I think Elon is being cloned to being used to expose. Huh.
Yep.
Well, for me, I haven't gone through with the whole thing with so there was a little girl that, she was 13 or something, and she accused Jay-Z and I don't know if P. Diddy or not, but definitely Jay-Z. And like she dropped the lawsuit, and then now he's going to sue her. And then some lawyers saying, oh, well, we had a deal. You couldn't do that. It's getting weird. And I definitely think they intimidated that girl because they got to her alone. She didn't have a parent. She's just a little young girl, and she dropped it. But yeah, I didn't really understand what they were saying about. Apparently, one of the lawyers, they just have terrible lawyers sometimes, and I feel sorry. I'm like, dude, do you guys not? It doesn't make sense that, we had a deal. Like they were making fun of it on TMZ saying that. And so stuff like this grabs my attention, and the Blake Lively stuff, I'm just like, it doesn't. And then Gene Hackman for a while, that was really interesting, and that got really quiet. Really put a bow on top of that yet either. I feel like it's about money, but we'll have to
they kept that. It could be money, it could be darker, depends on where you go,
Right.
Cola, I need to jump down. I have really enjoyed this though.
It was a lot of fun. I'm probably not going to go
deep conversations.
Well, deep and a little bit rumors and gossip stuff, a little bit of everything.
Yeah, for sure. I'll be shortly behind you, Bonnie. Much love.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, have a good night.
You too, Bonnie. Thanks for coming up.
Thank
and
you.
tomorrow night, are you going to do it, you think? Probably.
That's my daughter was texting me. If I do, it'll be later.
So maybe not, maybe so.
I'm gonna cut their hair so it's good Saturday. But that's why I was gonna go live tomorrow night, because I won't be able to till next week sometime when all the family leaves. So we'll see.
All right. Well, the link's out there for if anybody. Well, just sub anyway, and we'll catch you the next time. It'll probably be tomorrow, though, I bet. If not, it'll be soon, I'm sure.
Yeah.
All right. Have a good night. Oh, look, I beat you, Billy. That means you got to step up your game, bud. I should be able to beat you. I got too much going over here. I'm just kidding. Love you too. Good night. But yeah, it is getting late. But I was gonna say to put the link out. I'm all hesitant. So that for when we do a backstage, at least if somebody's crazy back there, I can just kick them out and whatever. But a lot of people don't like to go on the panel, but want to come backstage. I was one of those people a couple years ago.
Facts.
Did you do that, or were you just like you just plunged in and just got on panels and was like, or did you do a bunch of backstages before you did the?
No, I only hang out with Ron.
Yeah, that's how I would do the backstages. I would wait, and I'd be like, oh, he's gonna do the thing, because I wasn't ready quite. And then when I finally, one of the funniest nights, I was pretty tore up, and that's why I was like, screw it, I'm gonna go on the live. But he was definitely the first live stream I ever did, and a lot of people's first live stream actually. But yeah, I definitely would wait for the backstage at first. Okay, there you go. So yeah, I normally do go. Come on panel if you would like. We're about to go backstage, Mike. So
yeah, anybody come back. You got about 5 minutes before I go for my sandwich. But I am very interested in this idea of the people who are raised to influence us, genetically built, trained, whatever. The MK Ultra thing goes no matter what we're doing with politics or celebrities or what have you, right? And I think it's crazy to think, okay, well, they have masks on and they're fucking, shielding reptilians. But then down, I'm like, but what if they are? What if they are?
The tunnel things for me, man. I used to be like, that sounds so crazy. People going under tunnels, but you just keep hearing it from different places. And I'm like, and then there's definitely some tunnels that,
right.
We are sure of. So it's not the craziest thing. But yeah, I guess I'll go ahead and say goodnight now. And anybody, we've got 4 more spots if you want to come to the backstage.
Yep.
Yeah. It was fun. And it's been a pretty long night. So I guess I'll see y'all next Wednesday. Good night, everybody. You got anything, Virginia?
Yep. Peace out. Bye.
Good night. All right. It always